Greetings, sleepy travelers. Tonight we explore the Bene Gesserit Sisterhood from the world of Dune, the secretive order of women with extraordinary abilities who shape the future from the shadows. After our stories end, peaceful fire-cracking sounds will play to help you sleep deeply. There will be no interruptions or advertisements to disturb your rest. Now, let's begin our journey into the mysteries of the Bene Gesserit. The last rays of sunset filtered through the high windows of the ancient stone sanctuary, casting long shadows across the meditation chamber. Within these hallowed walls of the Bene Gesserit retreat on Wallach 9, novice Lyra Vernius stood perfectly still, her breathing measured to the precise rhythm taught since her childhood. The gentle hum of evening chants echoed from distant corridors, creating a subtle vibration she could feel through the soles of her bare feet. Tonight would mark her final trial as a novice, the culmination of 15 years of rigorous training. The thought sent a tremor through her carefully maintained poise, a momentary lapse she instantly corrected. Such imperfection would not be tolerated during the actual examination. Stillness in body reveals stillness in mind, came the tranquil voice of Reverend Mother Mahayam from the doorway. Or does it merely conceal the turbulence beneath? Lyra did not startle at the sudden presence. Such reactions had been trained out of her years ago. Instead, she turned with deliberate grace to face her mentor, controlling each muscle with conscious precision. The mind creates its own stillness, Reverend Mother, Lyra responded, her voice modulated to the exact tone of respectful confidence. What lies beneath serves only to strengthen what is displayed above. A faint smile touched the edges of Mahayam's lined face, though her eyes remained evaluating, missing nothing. Recite the first principle of the Sisterhood. Emotion must not rule reason, Lyra began, the familiar litany flowing from years of repetition. The Bene Gesserit serves through control, of self first, then of circumstance, and finally of those whose actions shape history. The Reverend Mother circled Lyra slowly, her movements fluid despite her advanced years. The dark robe she wore seemed to absorb the fading light rather than reflect it. Tonight you will face the trial of inward sight. You will be given a single drop of the water of life, diluted but potent enough to test your mental barriers. You will see what you fear, what you desire, and what you have forgotten. Remember your training. Lyra inclined her head, acknowledging the gravity of the test ahead. The water of life, the transformed poison of a small sandworm, was deadly in its pure form. Even diluted, it would push her consciousness to its limits, threatening to overwhelm her identity with genetic memories not her own. "Follow me," Moham commanded, turning toward the inner sanctum where the trials were conducted. The corridors they traversed were dimly lit by specially formulated glow globes that emitted a soft blue illumination designed to calm the mind while maintaining alertness. The subtle fragrance of melange, spice, mixed with ceremonial herbs wafted through the air, enhancing mental focus. Generations of Bene Gesserit had walked these same paths, their collective presence lingering like an unspoken weight of expectation. They passed several meditation cells where other novices sat in perfect silence, some having maintained their positions for days. Each face displayed the same serene concentration, the outward manifestation of minds engaged in complex internal exercises. None acknowledged Lyra's passing. To break concentration would indicate weakness unworthy of the Sisterhood. The inner sanctum doors opened soundlessly before them. Inside, 5 senior sisters waited in a crescent formation, their faces partially obscured by the deep hoods of their ceremonial robes. At the center stood a small table bearing a crystal vial containing a single drop of amber liquid. "Kneel," instructed Mahayam. Lyra knelt with fluid grace, arranging her novice robes in the prescribed manner. Function over form, yet the form itself a reflection of disciplined thought. "Lyra Vernius, daughter of the lineage of Tirzah, you come before us seeking admission to the ranks of the sisters," intoned the eldest Reverend Mother, her voice carrying the weight of countless similar ceremonies. "Before you take the water, understand that failure means death or madness. There is no middle path." "I understand and accept," Lyra responded, the ritual words feeling suddenly weighty on her tongue. "Your body belongs to you, but your purpose belongs to the Sisterhood," continued another sister. "We shape the future through patience and careful breeding. We guide humanity from the shadows. We preserve what must be preserved and prune what must be pruned." "This is my understanding," Lyra affirmed. The crystal vial was brought forward. The drop it contained caught the light, seeming to glow with an inner fire of its own. Lyra had been preparing for this moment since she was 5 years old, yet now, facing the reality, she felt a flicker of uncertainty. She banished it immediately, applying the mental exercises designed to purge fear. "Fear is the mind killer," she whispered to herself. "Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration." The vial was held before her lips. She accepted the drop on her tongue, experiencing first the bitter-sweet taste, then the spreading warmth that rapidly became a burning sensation racing through her veins. She closed her eyes, maintaining her kneeling position through sheer force of will, as the first wave of disorientation swept through her. The chamber around her seemed to dissolve, replaced by swirling patterns of light and darkness. Her consciousness expanded, touching the edges of memories not her own, the collective experiences of her female ancestors stretching back through millennia. A voice that was not a voice spoke within her mind. "What do you see, child?" Visions flashed before her inner eye, herself as a small girl being taken from her family home, her mother's face stoic yet holding back tears. The pain of that separation surged unexpectedly, threatening to overwhelm her discipline. "The past is prologue," she responded, applying the mental barrier technique to compartmentalize the emotion. "I acknowledge it, but am not bound by it." The vision shifted. She saw herself in potential futures. As a truthsayer in the imperial court, as a wife to a noble house, as a mother superior guiding the sisterhood. Each path branched infinitely, dizzying in its possibilities. "And what will you become?" asked the voice. "I am the instrument of the Sisterhood's will," Lyra answered, feeling the truth of it in her bones. "My path serves the greater purpose." Another wave of the drug's effect crashed through her, stronger than the first. Her body trembled slightly, but she maintained her posture, refusing to show weakness. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she fought to contain the expanding awareness. Suddenly, she was not alone in her mind. Presences, the echoing consciousness of Reverend Mother's past, pressed against her mental barriers, testing, probing for weakness. The pressure built until it seemed her skull would crack. "Remember the litany," came Mohayam's distant voice, penetrating the haze. "I will face my fear," Lyra whispered, her lips barely moving. "I will permit it to pass over me and through me, and when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing, only I will remain." The pressure receded slightly. The visions became more ordered, less chaotic. She began to discern patterns. The careful breeding programs of the Sisterhood spanning thousands of years, the genetic lines converging and diverging according to the grand design. And within this tapestry she saw her own small thread, significant not for its uniqueness, but for its place in the whole. The realization brought not disappointment, but a profound sense of purpose. To be part of something greater than herself, to serve a design that spanned millennia, this was what she had been trained for. Hours seemed to pass, though she knew from her training that only minutes had elapsed in the physical world. Gradually the visions began to fade. The presence of the other consciousnesses receded, leaving her alone once more with her thoughts. The chamber around her slowly solidified back into reality. Lyra opened her eyes to find the 5 sisters still arranged in their crescent, watching her with newfound respect. Mohiam stood closest, her gaze penetrating. "You have walked the edge of the abyss and returned," the Reverend Mother stated. "Rise, Sister Lyra." On legs that trembled slightly but did not fail, Lyra rose to her feet. The honorific sister rather than novice did not escape her notice. She had passed the first trial. "Rest now," Mohiam instructed. "Tomorrow brings the test of the voice." In her small cell that night, Lyra sat in the meditation position, processing the experience of the water of life. The walls around her, simple stone softened by the patina of centuries, held the quiet energy of countless novices who had occupied this same space before her, each confronting their own fears, each finding their own path to service. A single glow globe provided gentle illumination, its light gradually dimming as the night progressed, mimicking the natural cycle of sunlight. Outside her window, the gardens of the retreat lay bathed in moonlight, the carefully cultivated herbs releasing their subtle fragrances into the night air. Sleep was not a surrender for a Bene Gesserit, but another state to be mastered. Lyra slowed her breathing, using the technique to gradually lower her metabolic rate. She would allow herself 4 hours of deep restoration before the dawn meditation began, sufficient for her enhanced physiology, optimized through years of biofeedback training. As consciousness began to ebb, she reflected on how far she had come since being brought to this place as a child. The initial years of basic discipline had been the hardest, learning to control every muscle, to observe without judgment, to listen beyond words. Then came the specialized training, memory enhancement, subtle body language, poison identification and neutralization, political theory, and the foundations of the voice. The voice, the ability to control others through specific combinations of tonal pattern and word choice, would be her next trial. It required perfect pitch combined with deep psychological insight, the ability to find the exact resonance that would compel obedience in the listener. Many novices who survived the water of life faltered at this hurdle. Lyra's last thoughts before sleep claimed her were not of anxiety but of quiet determination. The path was clear before her, as it had been for centuries of sisters before her. Morning came with the soft chiming of crystal bells. Lyra awakened instantly, fully alert, her body and mind refreshed. She moved through her morning ablutions with efficient grace, each gesture precise and economical. The novice robes she had worn for years would be replaced today with the black robe of an acolyte, should she pass the voice trial. A light meal awaited her: protein, complex carbohydrates, and herbs specifically chosen to enhance vocal resonance and mental acuity. She ate mindfully, focusing on each bite, the taste and texture, the nourishment entering her body. Nothing was unconscious for a Bene Gesserit. Awareness extended to every function, every moment. As she finished, Sister Christine appeared at her door. Unlike Mohiam's stern presence, Christine carried an air of subtle warmth, as much as any fully trained sister allowed herself to display. Her specialty was vocal training, having served as Imperial Truthsayer before returning to the Mother School to teach. "The Hall of Resonance is prepared," Christine informed her. "You will be tested against 3 subjects of varying susceptibility." Lyra inclined her head in acknowledgement, rising to follow. As they walked the morning-lit corridors, Christine offered unexpected advice. "The voice is not merely technique," she said, her own voice a melodious instrument. "It is understanding. To command another's will, you must first perceive the structure of their mind, the weak points where suggestion becomes compulsion." "I have studied the psychological profiles," Lyra responded. Christine's mouth curved in the faintest suggestion of a smile. "Theory is shadow, reality is substance. Today you will feel the difference." The Hall of Resonance was an acoustic marvel, its domed ceiling and curved walls designed to carry sound waves in specific patterns. 3 individuals waited inside: a young male gardener from the village below, a middle-aged female cook from the retreat's kitchens, and an older retired soldier who now served as a groundskeeper. Each represented different levels of natural resistance to mental influence. 5 examiners sat in a semicircle, data styluses poised to record every nuance of the trial. Mohiam was among them, her face impassive. "Begin with the gardener," instructed the lead examiner. "Command him to stand on one leg." Lyra approached the young man, who watched her with a mixture of curiosity and nervousness. She studied him for a moment, noting his posture, breathing pattern, eye movements, all indicators of his current mental state. Then she gathered her focus, feeling the potential of the voice within her throat. "You will stand on your right leg," she said, infusing the words with a specific harmonic pattern designed to bypass conscious resistance. The gardener's eyes glazed slightly, and he lifted his right foot from the ground, balancing as commanded. The examiners made notes but offered no commentary. "Release him," came the next instruction. "You may stand normally again," Lyra said in a conversational tone, deliberately withholding the voice. The gardener blinked, looking slightly confused as he placed his foot back on the ground. "Now the cook," continued the examiner. "Command her to forget her name." This represented a more challenging task. Interfering with self-identity required deeper voice penetration. Lyra adjusted her approach, carefully modulating her breathing to support the specific tonal requirements. "Your name has left you," she intoned, allowing the resonance to build with each word. "It drifts beyond memory's reach." The cook's face went blank, then shifted to an expression of mild distress. I don't seem to recall. How strange." One of the examiners leaned forward. "What is your name?" The woman's brow furrowed in concentration. "I should know this. I can't say it." "Sufficient," noted the lead examiner. "Restore her." Lyra again faced the cook. "Your name returns to you now, clear as morning light," she said, employing a different harmonic pattern designed to release rather than compel. Relief washed over the cook's face. "Mata, I'm Mata Sinube. How odd to forget such a thing." The examiners exchanged glances, their expressions revealing nothing of their assessment. Lyra maintained her composed exterior, though inwardly she analyzed her performance, noting where her vocal control could have been more precise. The final subject presents significant resistance, warned the lead examiner. Veterans of combat develop natural shields against manipulation. Command him to reveal a personal secret. This was the most difficult test. Not only was the subject naturally resistant, but the command violated deep-seated privacy instincts. Lyra studied the former soldier carefully, noting the slight tension in his jaw, the controlled breathing pattern that betrayed his awareness of the test's nature. She would need perfect execution of the voice, combined with psychological insight to find the path of least resistance in his mental defenses. Lyra centered herself, gathering focus until she felt the power building in her diaphragm, throat, and mind. "Share with us something you have never told another soul," she commanded, her voice containing layers of harmonics specifically calibrated to the man's psychobiological pattern. The soldier's weathered face twitched, his eyes widening slightly as he fought against the compulsion. Sweat appeared on his brow as internal resistance battled with the imperative of the voice. For several tense moments he remained silent, locked in this invisible struggle. Lyra maintained unwavering focus, neither strengthening nor weakening her command, allowing the resonance to work through his defenses naturally. Forcing stronger voice could damage his mind, a transgression against Bene Gesserit principles. Finally, his resistance crumbled. "During the Akazi conflict," he began, voice strained, "I abandoned my post to save a child. My commander died because I wasn't there to warn him of the ambush." The revelation hung in the air, heavy with decades of carried guilt. The examiners made their final notes while Lyra prepared to release him from the compulsion. "The memory returns to its private place," she said gently. "Its weight is known but need not be carried alone." The soldier's tense posture relaxed slightly, though his eyes held a question. Had he spoken aloud or merely thought of this long-buried secret? The subtle confusion was expected. The voice, when properly applied, left only the faintest trace in conscious memory. "You have demonstrated adequate control," announced the lead examiner after a brief consultation with her colleagues. "The subject retains dignity while compelled to truth, the mark of proper voice application." Mohiam rose from her seat, approaching Lyra with measured steps. "The voice is power," she stated, "and like all power, its justification lies in its judicious use. Remember this as you advance in the Sisterhood." "I will remember, Reverend Mother," Lyra responded, understanding that this was both instruction and warning. The three subjects were dismissed, each given a small gift for their service, and subtle memory adjustments to soften the experience. Once they had departed, Kristan presented Lyra with the folded black robes that signified her new status. "You have passed the second trial," Mohiam declared. "Tonight you will face the final test, the agony of the Gom Jabbar." A momentary chill passed through Lyra at these words. The Gom Jabbar, the needle tipped with metacyanide poison that tested human awareness against animal instinct. It was the most dangerous of the trials, the one that had claimed the most promising novices throughout history. As afternoon progressed toward evening, Lyra spent hours in solitary meditation, preparing her mind and body for the ordeal ahead. The garden provided tranquil surroundings. Carefully cultivated plants from across the Imperium, arranged in patterns that subtly influenced thought patterns toward calming contemplation. She sat beneath a twisted pomegranate tree, its ancient branches offering dappled shade. The fruit hanging above her head symbolized fertility and wisdom in old Terran traditions, values the Sisterhood had preserved through millennia of careful cultural stewardship. Her mind moved through the exercises of awareness, cataloging each sensation within and around her body, acknowledging each thought and emotion before releasing it. The afternoon breeze against her skin, the distant calls of birds, the subtle pulse of blood through her veins, all existed within her consciousness without distraction or attachment. "Preparing yourself, I see," came a familiar voice. Lyra opened her eyes to find Reverend Mother Mohiam standing before her, the setting sun casting long shadows across the garden path. "As best one can prepare for the unknown," Lyra responded. Mohiam nodded, her weathered face unreadable. "Walk with me." They moved in silence through the gardens as twilight descended. Glow globes activated along the paths, their soft illumination guiding their steps through the gathering darkness. "You were brought to us at an early age," Mohiam said finally. "Your mother was one of our agents in House Vernius. Your father, a genetic match selected for specific traits." This was not news to Lyra, yet hearing it spoken aloud carried a certain finality. "Your lineage contains markers we have traced for 20 generations," Mohiam continued. "Your training has enhanced natural aptitudes that recommend you for specific service to the Sisterhood." "I am ready to serve as required," Lyra stated, the expected response. Mohiam stopped walking, turning to face her directly. "Are you? The final test will reveal not what you think you are willing to do, but what you are truly capable of enduring." The insight struck Lyra with unexpected force. Throughout her training, she had focused on performance, on mastering each skill to perfection, but the Gom Jabbar tested something more fundamental, the essential humanity that the Sisterhood both cultivated and transcended. "I understand, Reverend Mother." "Do you?" Mohiam's gaze was penetrating. "The animal within us seeks survival at any cost. The human within us accepts pain for greater purpose. Tonight will show which rules your nature." With these words hanging between them, Mohiam resumed walking, leading Lyra toward the testing chamber, where the final trial would take place. Unlike the expansive hall used for the voice trial, the chamber for the Gom Jabbar was intimate and austere. A single chair sat at its center, ancient wood polished by centuries of use. The walls were unadorned stone, absorbing sound and encouraging inward focus. A small brazier cast shifting patterns of light and shadow across the room. "Sit," Mohiam commanded. Lyra took her place in the chair, settling her body into perfect stillness. 3 other Reverend Mothers entered silently, taking positions around the perimeter of the chamber. Their presence would serve as witnesses, and as safeguards should the trial end in tragedy. Mohiam produced a small box from within her robes. From it, she extracted a thimble-like object that she placed on her right index finger. The Gom Jabbar itself, its poisoned tip gleaming in the brazier's light. "Place your right hand in the box," she instructed, presenting an ancient mechanical device with an opening on one side. Lyra complied, sliding her hand into the dark interior. She felt nothing unusual at first, just the enclosed space around her fingers and palm. "This is the Gom Jabbar," Mohiam explained, holding the deadly needle where Lyra could clearly see it. "It kills only animals. Only a human can withstand the trial that accompanies it." "What is in the box?" Lyra asked, her voice steady despite the trepidation building within her. "Pain," replied Mohiam simply. "The illusion of flesh burning away from bone, nerve by nerve. If you withdraw your hand, the Gom Jabbar takes you. Swift and painless compared to the box, but final nonetheless." The implications were clear. Endure the simulated agony without giving in to the instinct to escape, or die instantly from the poison. This was the ultimate test of human quality against animal reaction. "Begin," Mohiam said, and activated the device. At first, Lyra felt only warmth around her hand, pleasant and unthreatening. Then the sensation intensified, becoming uncomfortable, then painful, then agonizing. It felt as though her flesh were being consumed by invisible flames, cell by cell, the nerves screaming in protest. Every instinct demanded she withdraw her hand from this torment. Her body tensed, preparing for the reflexive movement that would end the pain and her life. This was the critical moment, the dividing line between animal reaction and human choice. Lyra turned inward, applying the most advanced pain control techniques she had learned. She compartmentalized the agony, acknowledging its presence without allowing it to dominate her consciousness. Her breathing remained measured, though beads of sweat formed on her forehead. The flesh does not matter, she told herself silently. It is the vessel, not the essence. The pain redoubled, reaching levels that threatened to overwhelm her control. Visions flashed behind her eyes, her hand reduced to charred bone, muscles curling like paper in flames, skin blackening and falling away in ashes. Yet she knew these were illusions. Her analytical mind, maintaining function despite the overwhelming sensory input, recognized the neural manipulation occurring within the box. The pain was real. The damage was not. Time stretched, seconds feeling like hours as the assault on her nervous system continued. Lyra found herself retreating to a state of consciousness the Sisterhood called the center point, a place of perfect balance between awareness and detachment. From this center, she could observe the pain without being consumed by it. She could note the subtle variations in intensity, the patterns in the simulated destruction, even as her body registered each new wave of agony. After what seemed an eternity, she heard Mohaim's voice, distant yet clear. Enough. The sensation abruptly ceased. Lyra's hand, when she withdrew it from the box, appeared exactly as it had before, unmarked, undamaged, though tingling with phantom pain that would take hours to fully subside. "Very good," Mohaim said, removing the gom jabbar from her finger and returning it to its box. "Many have entered this room. Few have left it walking." The other Reverend Mothers approached, their faces showing the subtle signs of approval that only another Bene Gesserit would recognize. A slight relaxation around the eyes, a barely perceptible nod. "Lyra Vernius has passed the 3 trials," Mohaim announced formally. "She is now a sister of the Bene Gesserit, bound to our purpose and our ways." One of the mothers presented a folded black robe embroidered with the subtle sigil of the Sisterhood, visible only to those trained to see such markers. Another offered a ring bearing a similar design, carved in miniature on the inside surface where it would rest against the skin. "Tonight, you will meditate on what you have experienced," Mohaim instructed. "Tomorrow, you will receive your first assignment in service to the Sisterhood." As the Reverend Mothers departed, leaving Lyra alone in the testing chamber, she felt a profound sense of transition. The years of training had been merely preparation. Now began her true work as part of humanity's longest-running and most secretive organization. The brazier's flames cast dancing shadows on the ancient stone walls as Lyra contemplated the path that lay before her. Somewhere in the Imperium, she would serve as the Sisterhood's eyes and ears, perhaps as tutor to a noble daughter, or advisor to a planetary governor, or companion to a future leader. She would apply the skills honed through years of rigorous training, the voice to influence, the mental disciplines to analyze, the physical controls to survive, all in service to the Sisterhood's grand design, spanning thousands of years and countless worlds. As she left the chamber and walked through the quiet corridors toward her new quarters, Lyra reflected on how few outside the Order truly understood its purpose. To most, the Bene Gesserit were merely ambitious mystics or political manipulators. None suspected the true scope of their breeding program, the careful genetic selection across generations to produce capabilities beyond ordinary human limits. In her room, larger than her novice cell, with windows overlooking the moonlit mountains beyond the retreat, Lyra settled into the meditation posture. Her mind, trained to perfect recall, revisited each moment of the 3 trials, analyzing her responses, noting where improvement might still be possible. The water of life had shown her the genetic memories waiting just beyond conscious reach, the experiences of ancestors stretching back to the dawn of humanity. The voice trial had demonstrated her ability to impose will upon others, to command through perfect understanding of human psychology, and the Gom Jabbar had proven her capacity to endure, to place purpose above instinct. These were the foundations of Bene Gesserit power: knowledge, influence, and discipline, combined into a force that had shaped galactic politics for millennia. Always from the shadows, always with patience measured in generations rather than years. As midnight approached, Lyra completed her meditation and prepared for sleep. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new applications of her hard-won skills. But for now, in this moment of transition, she allowed herself the quiet satisfaction of achievement. A human response, carefully measured and then released, as she had been taught. Outside her window, the stars wheeled slowly across the night sky, their ancient light a reminder of the vast scope of human destiny. Within those countless worlds, the Sisterhood worked its careful plans, guiding humanity's development with subtle hands and limitless patience. Lyra Vernius, newly accepted sister of the Bene Gesserit, closed her eyes and entered the controlled sleep state, her mind already turning toward the future and her role within it. The challenges she had faced were merely the beginning, the first steps on a path that would extend far beyond a single lifetime. In the deep silence of the ancient retreat, the collective wisdom of generations watched over her rest, as it had watched over countless sisters before her. The work of the Bene Gesserit continued, unbroken and unending, like the eternal cycle of the stars. 3 years after her initiation, Sister Lyra stood by a tall window in the west wing of House Kelmar's modest palace, watching as evening light bathed the formal gardens in amber and gold. Her fingers absently traced the pattern of the embroidered curtain as she observed Lady Elindra Kelmar instructing a gardener on the arrangement of imported Akazi lilies for tomorrow's reception. The lilies, with their delicate blue-white petals and subtle fragrance, represented a significant expenditure for the house, a calculated display of wealth meant to impress the visiting dignitaries without appearing ostentatious. This balance characterized much of House Kelmar's approach. They were a family of moderate influence and careful ambition, neither among the great houses of the Landsraad nor insignificant in the complex political landscape of the Imperium. Their position in this sector of space was secure but not unassailable, their holdings prosperous but not vast. It was precisely this middle ground that made them so valuable to the Bene Gesserit's plans. Lyra had spent the morning reviewing mental notes on each expected guest for tomorrow's gathering, recalling their connections, weaknesses, and potential utility to both House Kelmar and, more importantly, to the Sisterhood's long-term breeding program. The subtle science of genetic selection across generations was one of the Bene Gesserit's most closely guarded secrets, and the true purpose behind many of their political machinations. Lyra's official position was that of lady-in-waiting and companion to the young heir of House Kelmar, Celia. However, her true purpose, known only to the Bene Gesserit chapter house, was far more complex. House Kelmar controlled several key shipping routes in this sector, and their political alliances would prove crucial in the decades to come. The Sisterhood had placed Lyra here to ensure those alliances developed, in accordance with their long-term plans. "Lady Seraphine," called a soft voice from the corridor, using the name Lyra had adopted for her role. "Might I have a word?" Lyra turned gracefully to face Domeric Voss, the household steward, a sharp-aimed man with a mind that missed little. She had identified him as the greatest potential threat to her cover within days of her arrival. "Of course, Master Voss," she replied, her voice modulated to convey both warmth and appropriate deference. "How may I assist you?" The steward approached, his formal attire immaculate as always, hands clasped behind his back. "The arrangements for tomorrow's gathering. I notice you've suggested several unconventional seating placements." Lyra offered a small, self-deprecating smile. "I merely thought placing Count Ordos beside Lady Elindra might facilitate discussion of the water reclamation project she's so passionate about. The Count's expertise in hydraulic systems could prove invaluable." What she didn't mention was that the Sisterhood had identified Count Ordos as a potential marriage alliance for House Kelmar, one that would strengthen the political position of both houses against the encroaching influence of House Varric, whose expansionist tendencies threatened stability in the region. Voss studied her face for a long moment. "An interesting coincidence that you would know of the Count's engineering background. It's not commonly discussed in social circles." "Perhaps I pay attention to different conversations than most," Lyra replied lightly. "At the governor's ball last month, the Count spoke at length about the aquifer systems on Caladan. Most found it terribly dull, but I found his passion for the subject rather endearing." The steward's expression remained neutral, but Lyra noted the slight relaxation around his eyes, a sign her explanation had satisfied him for now. Years of Bene Gesserit training had taught her to recognize and interpret such minute physical responses. "Very well, I shall keep your arrangement," he conceded, "though I would appreciate being consulted before such changes in the future." "Of course, Master Voss. My apologies for overstepping." Lyra inclined her head in a gesture of respect that precisely matched what would be expected of her station, neither too deferential nor too proud. As the steward departed, Lyra returned her attention to the gardens below. This small exchange exemplified her daily work, subtle suggestions, careful placements, gentle nudges that would gradually alter the course of House Kelmar's future without anyone recognizing the guiding hand behind these seemingly mundane decisions. Later that evening, Lyra attended to Celia Kelmar in her private chambers. At 17, Celia was approaching the age where marriage negotiations would begin in earnest. As the only child of Baron Kelmar, her marriage would determine the future of the house's holdings and influence. This made her the primary focus of Lyra's mission. I don't understand why we must invite the Varric delegation tomorrow," Celia sighed as Lyra helped her select jewelry for the reception. "Their eldest son looks at me as though I'm merely a business acquisition." Lyra carefully laid out several pieces on the velvet-lined tray. "Perhaps because in his mind you are," she said with just enough honesty to build trust. "But remember, how others see you need not determine how you see yourself." She selected a modest silver necklace with a single blue gemstone, beautiful but not ostentatious, and held it up. "This one, I think. It complements your eyes without drawing undue attention to your youth." Celia took the necklace, studying it with uncertain eyes. "You always know exactly what will create the right impression. Sometimes I think you can read minds, Seraphine." Lyra smiled, allowing genuine warmth to show. Despite her mission, she had grown fond of the intelligent young woman. "Not minds, merely situations. When you've observed enough human interaction, patterns emerge. "Will you teach me?" Celia asked, turning to face her companion directly. "Father says I must learn to navigate court politics more effectively if I'm to lead House Kelmar someday." "I'll share what I can," Lyra promised, carefully choosing her words. She could indeed teach Celia much about reading people and situations, though never revealing the full extent of Bene Gesserit methods. "For tomorrow, let's start with something simple. Watch how people hold their glasses when speaking of topics that make them uncomfortable." Stella's eyes widened with interest. "What do you mean?" "When people speak untruths or discuss uncomfortable subjects, they often create physical barriers. Holding a glass with both hands, placing objects between themselves and others. These small gestures can tell you much about a person's true thoughts." This was basic Bene Gesserit observation technique, far from the deeper training Lyra had received, but useful enough to help Celia while building the girl's trust in her guidance. "Start with Count Ordos tomorrow," Lyra suggested casually. "Notice how differently he speaks about engineering projects versus political alliances. The contrast can be quite revealing." The subtle suggestion planted, Lyra continued helping Celia prepare for bed, their conversation shifting to lighter topics. Each such interaction was a delicate dance, providing genuine help and companionship while gradually steering the young heir toward choices that aligned with the Sisterhood's generation-spanning plans. The following day, House Kelmar's reception hall glowed with the soft light of suspended glow globes and the warmth of actual candles. An expensive touch meant to impress visitors with the house's prosperity. Fragrant blooms from the garden had been arranged in elegant displays, their subtle scents designed to create a pleasant atmosphere without overwhelming the senses. Ancient tapestries depicting the family's historical achievements adorned the stone walls, their colors still vibrant despite centuries of careful preservation. The polished floor, made from rare hardwoods imported from Ikaz, gleamed in the gentle light, reflecting the movement of guests like ripples on a still pond. Musicians played softly in an alcove, their instruments producing harmonies based on traditional forms from Old Terra, yet with subtle variations unique to House Kelmar's cultural heritage. The melodies were deliberately chosen, lively enough to create an atmosphere of pleasant sociability, yet soft enough to allow conversation without strain. Lyra had suggested several of the selections herself, knowing that certain harmonic progressions tended to create specific emotional states conducive to open negotiation. Servants moved with practiced efficiency among the guests, offering trays of delicacies and refreshments. The food itself represented another carefully calibrated display, exotic enough to impress, familiar enough to comfort, all presented with an artistry that spoke of refinement rather than ostentation. Even the wine had been selected with intent, its vintage and provenance chosen to communicate House Kelmar's connections to respected trading partners. Lyra moved through the gathering with practiced ease, her pale blue gown chosen to blend rather than stand out. A Bene Gesserit operating in plain sight learned to become part of the background, present but unremarkable, heard but not remembered. This invisibility was among her most useful tools. From her vantage point near a column, she observed Baron Kelmar in conversation with Lord Varric, noting the tension in the Baron's shoulders and the forced quality of his smile. The Varric alliance represented significant financial advantages, but at a cost to House Kelmar's independence that clearly troubled the Baron. Across the room, Celia was engaged in polite conversation with Varric's son, Hadrian, a handsome but cold-eyed young man whose ambition radiated from him like heat from desert sand. Lyra had already determined he would make a poor match for Celia, both politically and personally. The Sisterhood's breeding records indicated concerning genetic traits in the Varric line that could undermine the qualities they had been cultivating in House Kelmar for generations. With subtle movements, Lyra positioned herself to intercept Lady Alindra, who was making her way toward the refreshment table. Their accidental meeting appeared entirely natural to observers. "Lady Alindra, the Acacia lilies look magnificent," Lyra commented, her tone warm but deferential. "Count Ordos was just mentioning his admiration for them. He has apparently developed a hybrid variety on his estates that conserves water while maintaining the bloom's fragrance." Lady Alindra's interest visibly piqued, exactly as Lyra had anticipated. The woman's passion for botanical conservation was well known, though often overlooked by her husband and the court at large. "Has he indeed? How fascinating. Where might the Count be now?" Lady Alindra's gaze swept the room with new purpose. "I believe he was speaking with Minister Galan near the Eastern Terrace, my lady," Lyra replied, subtly gesturing toward where she had ensured the Count would be positioned, conveniently apart from the main gathering and receptive to an uninterrupted conversation. As Lady Alindra moved away, Lyra caught Celia's eye across the room. The girl gave an almost imperceptible nod. She had been observing the Varric air as suggested, and had clearly noted something of interest. Lyra allowed herself a moment of satisfaction. The seeds she planted were taking root. The evening progressed as gatherings of this nature typically did, a carefully choreographed dance of political maneuvering disguised as social pleasantry. Lyra maintained her position on the periphery, occasionally offering a carefully chosen word here, a thoughtful gesture there, each intervention calculated to nudge events in the desired direction without drawing attention to herself. When Count Ordos and Lady Alindra emerged from the terrace, deep in animated conversation about sustainable agriculture, Lyra noted with satisfaction that they had spent nearly an hour together, far longer than social convention required. More importantly, Baron Kelmar had noticed as well, his thoughtful expression suggesting wheels turning behind his political mind. The most delicate moment came when Lyra orchestrated a brief meeting between Cilia and Count Ordos's nephew, Allard, a young man close to Cilia's age whose genetic profile the Sisterhood had marked as highly compatible with the Kelmer line. Unlike the formal introduction she had arranged, this meeting appeared entirely coincidental, the young people converging at the refreshment table at precisely the same moment. Lyra watched from a distance as the two fell into easy conversation, noting how Celia's genuine laughter contrasted with the polite smiles she had offered Hadrian Varric earlier. The natural chemistry between them was evident, even to casual observers, including Baron Kelmar, whose calculating gaze moved between his daughter and the young Ordos heir. As the evening drew to a close, Lyra found herself approached by the watchful steward once more. Dom Eric Voss materialized beside her as she supervised the removal of wine glasses from an unoccupied table. "A successful gathering, wouldn't you agree, Lady Seraphine?" he inquired, his tone conversational yet probing. "Indeed, Master Voss, the house has represented itself admirably." Lyra kept her response neutral, though she remained acutely aware of his scrutiny. "I couldn't help but notice several fortuitous interactions this evening, the kind that seem random yet prove remarkably beneficial." His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, studied her face for any reaction. "You have quite a talent for facilitating such moments." The implied question hung in the air between them. Here was the danger of her position. Too much success could draw unwanted attention as surely as failure. The Bene Gesserit way was to work in subtle increments, creating change so gradual it appeared natural and inevitable. "I merely observe and assist where I can," Lyra replied, allowing a touch of modest pride to colour her words, exactly what would be expected from a lady-in-waiting pleased with her service. Lady Celia mentioned that young Allard shared her interest in star mapping. It seemed a natural point of connection. Voss's expression remained carefully neutral. "And Count Ordo's passion for water conservation? Another happy coincidence aligned with Lady Elindra's interests?" Lyra smiled with precisely calibrated warmth. "The Count mentioned it at the Governor's ball, if you recall our previous conversation. I simply remembered a detail others overlooked. Is that not part of my duty to this household? To notice what might benefit its members?" For a long moment the steward said nothing, merely studying her with those penetrating eyes. Then, surprisingly, the corner of his mouth lifted in the barest suggestion of a smile. "Indeed it is, Lady Seraphine. Indeed it is. I bid you good evening." With a small bow he departed, leaving Lyra to wonder exactly how much he suspected, and whether his apparent acceptance was genuine or merely strategic. Later that night, as the household settled into silence, Lyra performed her nightly ritual of mental review, a Bene Gesserit practice that ensured perfect recall and analysis of the day's events. In the privacy of her modest chambers, she assumed the traditional posture of meditation, her back straight, hands resting lightly on her knees. The room was sparsely furnished by noble standards. A simple bed with linens of good quality but minimal adornment, a writing desk of polished hardwood, a small bookshelf containing volumes carefully selected to reflect the interests of her cultivated persona, and a single chair positioned near the window to catch the morning light. On the desk lay her journal, a prop that contained enough authentic observations to seem genuine, yet nothing that would compromise her if discovered. The true record of her mission existed only in her memory, organized and preserved through Bene Gesserit mnemonic techniques that allowed her to recall with perfect clarity conversations from months or even years past. The gentle glow of a single lamp cast soft shadows across the room as Lyra closed her eyes and began the systematic review process. First, she regulated her breathing. 7 counts in, held for 4, 11 counts out, creating the baseline state from which deeper meditation could be achieved. Then she carefully lowered her heart rate and adjusted her metabolism, entering the first level of Bene Gesserit trance. She catalogued each interaction, each subtle manipulation, each reaction observed. The evening had progressed largely as planned, with several promising developments: Lady Elindra's evident interest in Count Ordos, Celia's natural affinity with young Allard, and most importantly, Baron Kelmar's thoughtful observation of both. The foundation had been laid. In the coming weeks she would build upon it carefully, a suggestion here about the advantages of the Ordos shipping infrastructure complementing Kelmar's trade routes, a casual mention there of Allard's education and talents, never pushing, always guiding, the Bene Gesserit way. Yet, as she completed her review, an unexpected emotion surfaced, one she had not anticipated when accepting this assignment. Genuine concern for Celia's happiness had begun to color her manipulations. The girl deserved more than to be merely a piece on the Sisterhood's genetic chessboard. This attachment represented a potential danger to her mission. The Sisterhood taught that personal feelings must never interfere with duty. Yet Lyra also recognized that such genuine connection lent authenticity to her role, making her guidance more readily accepted. The delicate balance required between manipulation and genuine care, between the Sisterhood's generational plans and the immediate welfare of those she influenced, was the true test of her Bene Gesserit training, far more complex than the physical and mental trials she had endured to earn her place among the sisters. As dawn approached, Lyra composed her weekly report to the chapter house, a seemingly innocuous letter to a distant cousin that contained encoded information about her progress. She reported the successful introduction of House Atreides as a potential alliance, the natural affinity between Celia and Allard, and her careful efforts to diminish House Varric's influence without creating obvious opposition. She made no mention of her growing attachment to Celia or her concerns about the steward's perceptiveness. Some details were best kept private, even from her Bene Gesserit superiors. The Sisterhood taught that each sister must exercise judgment in the field, a principle that occasionally provided necessary freedom of action. The weeks that followed unfolded according to Lyra's careful orchestration. Count Ordos became a frequent visitor to House Kelmar, ostensibly to discuss the water reclamation project with Lady Elindra, but increasingly engaged in trade negotiations with the Baron as well. Young Allard accompanied his uncle on several occasions, each visit providing opportunities for chance encounters with Celia. Lyra's manipulation extended to the smallest details. She ensured that Celia's wardrobe for these meetings included colors that complemented her natural coloring and subtly echoed the Ordos family palette, creating a visual harmony that registered subconsciously with observers. She arranged for refreshments that included Allard's preferences, information gleaned through careful observation, and seemingly casual conversations with his uncle's staff. When the young people met in the library to discuss their shared interest in stellar cartography, Lyra had already placed relevant texts at strategic locations, creating natural pauses in their path that extended their time together. During a particularly successful afternoon, she arranged for Celia to demonstrate her musical talents while Allard was visiting. The young heir's skill with the baliset, an instrument that required both technical precision and emotional expression, revealed a side of her personality that formal meetings could not display. Lyra observed with satisfaction how Allard's interest deepened as he witnessed this new dimension of Celia's character. Every conversation between the young couple was subtly shaped by Lyra's influence. She prepared Celia with topics likely to engage Allard's interest, coached her in the art of attentive listening, and taught her to recognize signs of genuine connection. None of these interventions were obvious. A suggestion here, a casual mention there, gentle guidance that seemed like natural mentorship rather than calculated manipulation. The development of their relationship progressed with a natural rhythm that belied its careful orchestration. Shared laughter over a historical text, a moment of unexpected connection while discussing theoretical physics, the gradual relaxation of formal manners into genuine comfort in each other's presence. Lyra documented each progression in her encoded reports to the chapter house, noting with satisfaction how the genetic lines the Sisterhood had been cultivating for generations were moving toward their intended convergence. The Varric delegation, meanwhile, found their invitations politely delayed or their visits subtly undermined by scheduling conflicts that Lyra arranged through her influence over the household calendar. Nothing overt enough to cause offense, but sufficient to cool the relationship gradually. It was during one particularly pleasant afternoon in the garden, watching Celia and Allard comparing notes on a star chart they had been developing together, that Lyra sensed Domer Voss approach before she heard him. Years of Bene Gesserit training had heightened her awareness of her surroundings to an almost preternatural degree. "They make a well-matched pair," the steward commented quietly as he came to stand beside her. "One might almost think their connection had been cultivated." Lyra maintained her placid expression, though she noted the deliberate choice of words. Young people with common interests often find each other naturally engaging, Lady Celia has few peers who share her intellectual curiosity. Indeed. Voss's tone remained conversational, but his next words carried unmistakable weight. I served a household on Wallish Ix in my youth, a most interesting planet, home to a school for exceptional young women, I believe. The reference was impossible to misinterpret. Wallick Nixt housed one of the primary Bene Gesserit training schools. Lyra felt a momentary chill despite the warm afternoon sun. This was no random observation or fishing expedition. Voss was telling her directly that he knew, or strongly suspected, her true affiliation. The moment called for neither denial nor confession. Instead, Lyra chose a third path, acknowledgement without confirmation. Many fine educational institutions exist throughout the Imperium, she replied evenly. Each teaches its students different ways of serving humanity's needs. Voss nodded slowly, his gaze still fixed on the young couple in the garden. Service takes many forms, as does loyalty. He turned to face her directly now, his expression serious but not hostile. House Kelmar has stood for generations, Lady Seraphine. Those who serve it do so with their As do I, Master Voss, Lyra replied with perfect sincerity, though perhaps not in the way he imagined. The Sisterhood's plans for House Kelmar, after all, included ensuring its prosperity and continuation, albeit aligned with their broader goals. Then we understand each other. The steward inclined his head slightly. The Baron has received an offer of alliance from House Varric this morning, most generous in its terms, most restrictive in its conditions. He seeks counsel on the matter. This was it, the pivotal moment Lyra had been working toward. If Baron Kelmar accepted the Varric's alliance, months of careful maneuvering would be undone. The genetic line the Sisterhood had been cultivating would be diverted, and the political balance of the sector would shift unfavorably. Has he spoken with Count Ordos regarding the Akazi trade routes? Lyra inquired, her tone casual, though the question was anything but. I understand the Count's recent negotiations with the Guild have yielded favorable terms that might complement House Kelmar's shipping interests. Voss studied her for a long moment. He has not. Perhaps such information would provide useful context for his decision. Perhaps it would, Lyra agreed softly. The steward nodded once more, then turned to leave. He had taken only a few steps when he paused, speaking without turning back. Lady Celia's happiness is of great importance to this household. On that, Master Voss, we are in complete agreement, Lyra replied, sensing that beneath the simple statement lay both a warning and an unexpected alliance. The steward might suspect her true purpose, but he had apparently decided that, for now at least, their goals aligned. As Voss departed, Lyra returned her attention to Celia and Allard, their heads still bent together over the star chart, their conversation punctuated by occasional laughter. The genuine affection between them was evident, a fortunate alignment of the Sisterhood's breeding plans and natural human compatibility. Not all Bene Gesserit manipulations ended so harmoniously. Lyra had heard stories of sisters forced to separate compatible pairs or unite incompatible ones in service to the greater genetic plan. That her assignment allowed for both duty and compassion was a blessing she did not take lightly. That evening, Baron Kelmar summoned his closest advisors to discuss the Varric proposal. Through careful positioning and the subtle application of her standing in the household, Lyra ensured she was present, ostensibly to serve refreshments, but in reality to influence the conversation at critical moments. As the discussion unfolded, she noted the Baron's evident reluctance despite the financial advantages offered by House Varric. When the moment was right, She approached with a tray of spice coffee, pausing near Minister Galan, the Baron's most trusted trade advisor. "Forgive the interruption," she murmured softly, her voice pitched to carry just far enough. "I was asked to remind you that Count Ordos awaits your response regarding the joint venture proposal. He mentioned something about guild concessions on the Akazi route." She allowed the statement to trail off as though realizing she might be speaking out of turn. The strategic error had its intended effect. Minister Galan straightened, his expression sharpening with interest. "Count Ordos secured guild concessions. When was this proposal received?" Baron Kelmar turned his attention to the conversation, his brow furrowed. "What joint venture? I've received no such proposal." The steward, Voss, stepped forward smoothly. "It arrived this morning, my lord. I set it aside for review after the Varric matter was settled, but perhaps the matters are related." The document was quickly retrieved and reviewed, revealing exactly what Lyra had engineered over the past months. A proposal for a joint shipping venture that would significantly expand both houses' influence while preserving their independence. More importantly, it came with a personal note suggesting that the Count would look favorably upon strengthening the house's connection through his nephew Allard's interest in Lady Celia. The Baron read the proposal twice, his expression thoughtful. "This changes our consideration significantly. The Varric offer would preclude such an arrangement." He glanced toward the window, beyond which his daughter could be seen walking in the evening garden. "And I have noted Celia's affinity for young Allard. She has shown no such inclination toward Hadrian Varric." The discussion continued late into the night, but Lyra knew the critical turning point had been reached. The Varric alliance would be politely declined, the Ordos proposal accepted. Within a year, a marriage would likely be arranged between Celia and Allard, exactly as the Sisterhood had planned generations ago, when they first began monitoring both bloodlines. In her chambers that night, Lyra completed her meditation with a sense of accomplishment. The mission was not yet complete. She would remain at House Kelmar until the alliance was formalized and the marriage arranged. But the most difficult phase had passed successfully. She allowed herself a rare moment of reflection on the path that had brought her here. From her earliest memories in the Bene Gesserit school on Wallach Nix, she had been trained to observe, influence, and guide without revealing her true purpose. The rigorous physical disciplines, perfect control of every muscle, mastery of the prana bindu techniques that gave her command over her internal organs and nervous system, had been merely the foundation. The mental training had been far more intense, developing eidetic memory, learning to analyze human behavior with microscopic precision, mastering the subtle art of voice, studying the political and economic forces that shaped the Imperium. Her first assignments after completing her initial training had been simpler than this one. Accompanying a Reverend Mother on diplomatic missions, serving as an observer in minor courts, gathering information rather than actively manipulating outcomes. Each assignment had built upon the last, developing her skills and testing her judgment. Her success with House Kelmar would likely lead to more complex missions, perhaps eventually to a position as a truthsayer or advisor to one of the great houses. The thought brought neither pride nor ambition. Such emotions were carefully controlled in Bene Gesserit training, but rather a calm acknowledgement of the path ahead. The Sisterhood measured success not in individual achievement, but in contribution to their collective goals. Lyra's personal advancement mattered only insofar as it served the grand design that had been unfolding for millennia. Yet, as she completed her meditation and prepared for sleep, she found herself contemplating Celia's joy with unusual emotional resonance. There was satisfaction in knowing that the Sisterhood's genetic plans had aligned, in this case, with genuine human happiness. Not all manipulations ended so harmoniously. As she prepared for sleep, a soft knock sounded at her door. Opening it, she found Celia standing in the dim corridor, her expression a mixture of excitement and uncertainty. "Seraphine, may I speak with you?" I couldn't wait until morning. Lyra welcomed her in, noting the unusual animation in the young woman's normally composed features. "Of course, my lady. What troubles you at this late hour?" "Not trouble, wonderful news," Celia replied, sitting on the edge of Lyra's bed with uncharacteristic informality. "Father has just informed me that he intends to pursue an alliance with House Ordos rather than House Varric. He mentioned the possibility of a match between myself and Allard." The genuine joy in Celia's eyes brought an unexpected warmth to Lyra's heart. This was the desired outcome from the Sisterhood's perspective, but seeing the human happiness their genetic planning had created added a dimension of satisfaction beyond merely completing her mission. "And how do you feel about such a match?" Lyra asked, though the answer was written clearly across Celia's glowing face. "I had hoped for it, but dared not expect it," Celia admitted. "Allard is everything I could wish for in a partner. Intelligent, kind, interested in the same pursuits. And yet I expected Father would choose the Varric alliance for its immediate advantages." Lyra settled beside her, choosing her words carefully. "Your father is wiser than you credit him. He sees the value in an alliance built on compatibility as well as advantage." "I believe I have you to thank, in part," Celia said, surprising Lyra with her perceptiveness. "You've guided me these past months, taught me how to present myself, how to speak to Allard's interests, how to demonstrate the value of such a match to my father." "I have merely helped you show your true qualities," Lyra demurred. "The connection between you and Allard is genuine. No one could manufacture such natural affinity." This was not entirely true, of course. The Bene Gesserit had been guiding both bloodlines for generations, selecting for compatibility in temperament, intelligence, and genetic traits. Yet the genuine affection between the young people was real, regardless of its partially engineered origins. Celia took Lyra's hands in hers, an unprecedented gesture of intimacy. "You have been more than a companion to me, Seraphine. You've been a mentor and a friend. I hope you'll remain with me even after I marry, and perhaps one day become the lady of my own household." The request touched Lyra unexpectedly deeply. In most assignments, a Bene Gesserit sister would move on once her objective was achieved, continuing the Sisterhood's work elsewhere. Yet she found herself reluctant to leave Celia, this bright young woman she had helped shape and guide. "We shall see what the future holds," she replied gently, neither promising to stay nor declaring an intention to leave. "For now, let us focus on the alliance at hand. There will be much to prepare in the coming months." After Celia departed, Lyra stood by her window, gazing out at the moon-silvered garden below. The complexities of her role had never been more apparent than in this moment of success. She was a Bene Gesserit sister, trained to manipulate bloodlines and politics with cool precision. Yet she was also human, capable of forming genuine attachments to those she influenced. This duality was perhaps the greatest challenge of the Sisterhood's work, maintaining the clear vision of their multi-generational goals while immersed in the immediate human connections their missions required. Finding the balance between these aspects would be her continuing task, not just in this assignment, but throughout her service to the Sisterhood. In the quiet of the night, with the household asleep around her, Sister Lyra Vernius, known here as Lady Seraphine, contemplated the subtle power wielded by the Bene Gesserit across centuries. Not the overt might of armies or the obvious authority of political position, but the gentle, persistent influence of whispered words, carefully arranged meetings, and strategic alliances. Like water wearing away stone, such influence might seem insignificant in any single moment, yet over time it shaped the very course of human history. One noble house, one genetic line, one pivotal decision at a time. In the morning, she would compose another encoded report to the chapter house, documenting this successful turn in her mission. The Baron's decision would be presented as the natural outcome of political and economic factors, with no mention of her own careful orchestration. The Reverend Mothers who evaluated these reports understood the unspoken reality that behind many such natural decisions across the Imperium stood sisters like Lyra, their influence invisible yet profound. For now, though, she allowed herself to surrender to the carefully regulated sleep that would restore her mind and body for the work ahead. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities for subtle guidance, new threads to be woven into the vast tapestry of the Bene Gesserit's grand design. Each small action, a word placed in the right ear, a suggestion offered at the perfect moment, a connection fostered between the right individuals, formed part of a pattern too vast for any single mind to fully comprehend. As consciousness faded, Lyra's last thoughts were of the generations of sisters who had come before her, each playing their part in this endless, patient work, and of those who would come after, continuing the mission long after her own contribution had ended. The individual was temporary, but the sisterhood endured, guiding humanity's evolution with wisdom accumulated across thousands of years of careful observation and deliberate action. The stars continued their eternal dance above House Kalmar, indifferent to the small dramas unfolding beneath them. Yet in those carefully guided human connections lay the seeds of future civilizations, planted and nurtured by hands like Lyra's, working always in shadow, yet shaping the very light that would illuminate humanity's path forward through the vast darkness of space and time. The ancient structure known as the Hall of Voices rose from the mist-shrouded valley on Wallach Ix like a monument from another age. Its stone walls, weathered by millennia of wind and rain, held secrets that no outsider had ever been permitted to witness. Tonight, those walls would contain the whispered future of humanity, though no casual observer would recognize the significance of the gathering taking place within. The architecture of the hall represented one of the Bene Gesserit's oldest achievements, a masterwork of acoustic engineering disguised as simple grandeur. Every angle, every curve, every material had been precisely calculated to create spaces where sound could be controlled with extraordinary precision. In some areas, a whisper could carry clearly to a listener hundreds of meters away. In others, a shout would be absorbed immediately, heard only by those within arm's reach. This manipulation of sound was no mere architectural curiosity, but a physical manifestation of the Sisterhood's philosophy: control, precision, and the power of the subtle over the obvious. Ancient legends claimed the hall had been designed in the earliest days of the Sisterhood by a mathematician architect who had studied the resonant properties of the human voice for 80 years before creating her masterpiece. Whether true or apocryphal, the story reflected the Bene Gesserit approach to knowledge: patient accumulation over lifetimes, applied with deliberate purpose. Sister Irulan Vatani approached the hall with measured steps, her black Bene Gesserit robes blending with the twilight shadows. 5 years had passed since her elevation to full sister status, but this would be her first attendance at a grand convocation, a gathering of reverend mothers and sisters from across the Imperium, converging to align their collective efforts in service to the Sisterhood's grand design. Irulan's path to this moment had been extraordinary, even by Bene Gesserit standards. Identified in early childhood for her exceptional memory and intuitive grasp of patterns, she had excelled in every aspect of her training. The mental disciplines that many novices struggled with for years had come to her with unusual ease. Her control of the voice had been recognized as among the most precise in her cohort. Her physical training in the weirding way fighting techniques had earned rare praise from the normally impassive combat instructors. Yet it was her adaptability that had most impressed her mentors, the ability to blend seamlessly into any environment, to observe without being observed, to influence without leaving fingerprints of manipulation. This quality had led to her current assignment, monitoring political developments in the Epsilon sector, with particular focus on several noble houses whose genetic lines held special interest for the Sisterhood. The summons to attend the convocation had arrived unexpectedly, delivered by a courier who spoke not a word but simply handed her a message cylinder marked with the Mother Superior's seal. Inside had been a single slip of paper bearing the date and a series of glyphs in the Sisterhood's private notation system, a formal invitation that doubled as a test of her knowledge of restricted communicative codes. The massive wooden doors stood open in silent welcome, guarded by sisters whose watchful eyes missed nothing. They acknowledged Irulan with the barest inclination of their heads as she passed, a gesture so subtle it would be imperceptible to anyone not trained in Bene Gesserit observation techniques. No words were exchanged. None were needed. Her presence had been anticipated, her identity confirmed through a dozen-minute details of posture, gait, and the pattern of her breathing. Inside, the hall opened into a vast circular chamber that seemed to exist outside of time itself. Illumination came from ancient glow globes suspended at carefully calculated intervals. Their light diffused to create an atmosphere that encouraged focus without strain. The ceiling arched high overhead, its surface etched with patterns that to the initiated eye represented the genetic lines the Sisterhood had been cultivating for countless generations. The intricate tracery on the ceiling was more than decorative. It was a physical record of the Bene Gesserit's most closely guarded work. To any untrained observer, the patterns would appear merely aesthetic, pleasing arrangements of lines and curves with no discernible meaning. But to those schooled in the Sisterhood's genetic notation system, the ceiling told the story of humanity's bloodlines as they had been guided through the millennia. Here was House Corino's imperial line, represented by a strong central motif that showed concerning bifurcations in recent centuries. There was House Atreides, its pattern showing remarkable stability and adaptability across generations. And there, partially obscured in a shadowed alcove, the controversial Harkonnen line, maintained despite certain problematic traits because of specific genetic markers deemed valuable for future combination. Irulan had studied these patterns in theoretical form during her training, but seeing them displayed in this monumental format, the physical manifestation of plans spanning thousands of years, brought home the scope of the Sisterhood's ambition in a way that academic learning never could. This was not merely selective breeding or political maneuvering. It was the deliberate guidance of human evolution itself. Ranged in concentric circles were seats carved from the same stone as the hall itself, simple in design yet perfectly proportioned to support the human form in the posture of attentive meditation. Already many were occupied by dark-robed figures, their faces composed in expressions of serene alertness. Some had traveled from the farthest reaches of known space to be present, yet none showed signs of fatigue or discomfort. Such physical limitations were among the first that Bene Gesserit training overcame. Irulan took her assigned place in the third circle, among sisters of comparable experience and responsibility. The seating arrangement itself conveyed a complex hierarchy, not of importance, but of function and current role within the Sisterhood's multifaceted operations. At the center, a raised dais supported 12 stone chairs reserved for the most senior Reverend Mothers, those whose wisdom guided the entire order. As the appointed hour approached, the already hushed atmosphere deepened into profound silence. This was not the absence of sound, but rather its deliberate mastery. Hundreds of trained minds choosing precisely what auditory information to contribute to the shared space. Even breathing was regulated, creating a barely perceptible rhythm that synchronized gradually among all present. Reverend Mother Thérèse Chambray, current Mother Superior of the Bene Gesserit order, was the first to take her place on the central dais. Her face, lined with the wisdom of over 130 years of life, betrayed no emotion, yet her presence radiated authority that required no external signifiers. She wore the same simple black robes as every other sister, distinguished only by a small silver pin that marked her office. Chambray's history was legendary within the Sisterhood, though rarely discussed openly. As a young sister, she had served as truesayer to Emperor Elrod Nixt during the tumultuous years of the Zabalon succession crisis. It was whispered that her subtle guidance during that period had prevented a civil war that might have torn the Imperium apart. Later, she had overseen the Bene Gesserit breeding program during a crucial phase of the Atreides Harkonnen convergence plan. Her elevation to Mother Superior 27 years ago had been unanimous, a rare occurrence in an order that typically valued the creative tension of diverse perspectives. What made Chambray truly remarkable, however, was not her accomplishments, but her presence. Even among the extraordinarily disciplined ranks of the Bene Gesserit, she stood out for her perfect poise, a stillness so complete it seemed to create a zone of calm around her. Her voice, when she chose to use it, possessed a quality that commanded attention without apparent effort. It was said that she could use the voice so subtly that even other Bene Gesserit might be influenced without recognizing the technique being employed. The remaining 11 seats filled one by one as Reverend Mothers from various chapter houses across the Imperium took their places. Each carried responsibility for different aspects of the Sisterhood's work: the breeding program, political maneuvering, historical preservation, educational development, and more specialized functions that remained obscure even to many within the order. When all were seated, Mother Superior Chambray raised her right hand to shoulder height, fingers positioned in a configuration that signaled the formal commencement of proceedings. The gesture was acknowledged by hundreds of hands mirroring the same position, a visible manifestation of the unity that bound the Sisterhood across space and time. No verbal invocation was needed. The convocation had begun. Communication within the hall took forms that would bewilder any outside observer. The sisters had at their disposal a vocabulary of extraordinary subtlety, micro-expressions that conveyed complex concepts, finger positions that represented specific ideas, the placement of hands on knees or lap that qualified or modified the meaning of other gestures. Even the rhythm of breathing could carry information, as could the direction of one's gaze or the angle of one's head. This silent language had evolved over thousands of years, refined by generations of women whose observational skills and physical control far exceeded ordinary human capabilities. Its complexity rivaled that of any spoken tongue, with its own grammar, syntax, and even regional dialects among sisters from different chapter houses. Yet, unlike verbal language, it could be employed in plain sight without revealing its usage to the uninitiated. The foundations of this communication system were taught to novices from their earliest training days, beginning with basic hand positions representing primary concepts like affirmation, negation, qualification, and inquiry. As they progressed, students learned increasingly subtle variations, how shifting a finger by a few millimeters could completely alter a statement's meaning. how the timing of a gesture could indicate its priority or urgency, how combining multiple elements created compound meanings that transcended their individual components. By the time a novice reached the rank of sister, she commanded thousands of discrete signals, each precisely defined yet flexible in application. The most accomplished practitioners, like Mother Superior Chambray, could conduct entire complex negotiations without speaking a single audible word, a skill particularly valuable in the political environments where Bene Gesserit often operated. For most exchanges, verbal speech was unnecessary and inefficient. When words were required, they were often spoken at such low volume that only Bene Gesserit-trained hearing could detect them, or encoded in linguistic patterns that carried layers of meaning beyond their apparent content. Reverend Mother Tahira, supervisor of operations in the Epsilon sector, was the first to address the gathering. She rose from her seat on the dais and stepped forward, her movements conveying both confidence and deference to the collective wisdom present. Tahira's dark skin held the subtle blue undertone common to natives of Caladan, though she had not visited that water-rich world in over 50 years. Her assignment to the Epsilon sector placed her in oversight of dozens of sisters operating across multiple planetary systems, including several working in proximity to House Atreides. Under her guidance, the Sisterhood had steadily strengthened its influence throughout the region, placing agents in key positions within noble households, commercial operations, and religious institutions. "We gather in service to that which exceeds us," she intoned, her voice pitched to activate specific harmonic patterns within the hall's acoustic design. Individual to community, community to continuity, continuity to the elevation of humankind. The traditional opening acknowledged, she shifted to the substance of her report, her hands forming shapes that added dimension to her carefully chosen words. The Atreides line continues its promising development. The genetic markers we have cultivated for 14 generations show increasing stability. Projections indicate readiness for convergence within 2 to 3 generations should current trajectories be maintained. A barely perceptible shift in the collective breathing pattern indicated general approval of this information. The Atreides bloodline had long been a focus of the Sisterhood's breeding program, its genetic potential marked for eventual combination with other carefully cultivated lines. Reverend Mother Mohayim, whose domain included oversight of certain noble houses, including the Atreides, made a subtle gesture of qualified agreement, followed by a finger pattern that conveyed cautious optimism tempered by political concerns. Mother Superior Chambray acknowledged this input with the slightest inclination of her head, then signaled for elaboration using only the position of her left hand. "House Atreides strengthens its position within the Landsraad," Mahayam explained, her voice hardly more than a whisper yet clearly audible throughout the hall. "Duke Leto's moral authority grows among the minor houses. This political capital serves our purposes for now, but may eventually attract imperial attention. The Emperor tolerates nobility with conscience only until it threatens to become popular conscience." This assessment prompted a wave of minute responses throughout the chamber. Small adjustments in posture, subtle hand movements, controlled modulations in breathing patterns. To Iriana's trained perceptions, these constituted a complex discussion of implications and potential adaptations to strategy. Disagreements were expressed through the angle of a wrist or the placement of a finger, counter-proposals offered through the timing of an exhalation or the direction of a glance. For one newly admitted to this level of the Sisterhood's operations, the sophistication of this silent dialogue was awe-inspiring. Irulan had of course been trained in these communication methods, but witnessing them employed at such scale and with such fluency was a different experience entirely. It was as though the hundreds of individual sisters functioned as aspects of a single, enormously complex consciousness, separate yet unified, diverse in perspective, yet aligned in ultimate purpose. Reverend Mother Lumara, whose weathered face bore the distinctive marks of long exposure to the harsh sunlight of Arrakis, made a subtle hand gesture requesting permission to address a related matter. When acknowledged by the Mother Superior, she rose with fluid grace that belied her advanced years. The Fremen of Arrakis continue to preserve the seeds we planted through the Missionaria Protectiva. Her fingers shaped qualifiers as she spoke, adding nuance to her report. Their legends have maintained remarkable integrity across generations, requiring only minor reinforcement from our agents. The pattern holds. They await a messianic figure whose characteristics will, by design, align with our breeding program when the time comes for convergence. This information prompted a more vigorous silent exchange among the gathered sisters. The Missionaria Protectiva, the Bene Gesserit division responsible for seeding protective legends among susceptible populations, had been particularly successful with the Fremen. The desert people's isolated existence and harsh living conditions had made them ideal recipients for carefully crafted religious myths that the Sisterhood could later exploit if necessary. Irulan observed the complex patterns of response, noting how different factions within the Sisterhood emphasized different aspects of this long-term manipulation. Some focused on the genetic implications, others on the political potential, still others on the ethical dimensions of such cultural engineering. Yet all remained within the bounds of their shared commitment to the ultimate goal, guiding humanity's development toward greater adaptability and resilience. The discussion shifted to other bloodlines and political developments across the Imperium. Reports were offered on House Carino, whose imperial line showed concerning signs of genetic degradation, despite the Sisterhood's careful introduction of fresh genetic material through selected concubines. Updates were provided on House Harkonnen, a line maintained despite certain undesirable traits because of specific genetic markers that might prove useful in combination with other bloodlines. Throughout these exchanges, Irulan marveled at the patience embodied in the Sisterhood's grand design. These were not plans measured in years or even decades, but in centuries and millennia. Individual sisters might devote their entire lives to advancing a single step in a process whose culmination they would never witness. Yet there was no frustration in this knowledge, only serene acceptance of their role in a continuum that stretched far beyond any single lifespan. As the convocation progressed, attention turned to more immediate strategic concerns. Reverend Mother Balut rose to address the gathering, her hands forming the pattern that indicated matters of current political significance. Balut was among the oldest present, her thin frame and weathered features bearing witness to over a century of service to the Sisterhood. Where many Bene Gesserit maintained a physical appearance of ageless middle years through cellular control techniques, Balut had deliberately allowed her body to display its age, a strategic choice that led others to underestimate her physical and mental capabilities based on appearances. This subtle deception had served her well during decades of work within the imperial court, where she had operated not as a formal truth-sayer, but as a seemingly innocuous lady-in-waiting, whose influence was felt rather than seen. The balance between House Ordos and House Kelmar has been successfully adjusted, she reported, with a subtle glance toward a section of the third circle where Irulan was seated. Sister Lara's manipulation of the alliance has proceeded as designed, with the genetic convergence now secured for the next generation. The Varric influence has been successfully redirected without creating overt opposition. Her left hand formed a series of quick gestures that added detail not contained in her spoken words. Information about specific genetic markers present in the proposed union between the houses, projections for potential offspring based on Bene Gesserit models, and political implications extending 3 generations into the future. These silent annotations were as much a part of her report as the spoken component, providing layered information that different sisters would interpret according to their specialties and responsibilities. Irulan recognized the reference to the mission she had learned about during her training. Sister Lyra had been her instructor for several key disciplines before being dispatched to House Kalmar 3 years ago. The success of her assignment represented another small thread woven into the vast tapestry of the Sisterhood's design. The discussion continued with similar reports from across the Imperium, subtle manipulations of political alliances, careful guidance of genetic lines, strategic placement of sisters in positions of influence. Each individual action might seem inconsequential in isolation, yet together they formed a coordinated effort of staggering complexity and vision. After several hours of this multi-layered communication, Mother Superior Chambray shifted the focus to a more contentious matter. Her hands formed a pattern indicating issues requiring collective discernment, a signal that prompted a subtle intensification of attention throughout the hall. The Kwisatz Haderach program approaches a critical juncture, she stated, referring to the Sisterhood's most ambitious and controversial breeding project. The attempt to produce a male capable of accessing genetic memories and performing feats of mental prowess previously achieved only by Reverend Mothers. The convergence of key bloodlines is now projected within 3 generations. We must confirm our approach. The Kwisatz Haderach project represented the culmination of thousands of years of selective breeding, guided by insights gleaned from the genetic memories accessible to Reverend Mothers. Its goal was audacious: to create a male who could bridge space and time in ways that even the most accomplished Bene Gesserit could not, providing humanity with foresight that might guide it safely through existential threats. Yet the project was not without its critics, even within the Sisterhood. Some questioned whether such a being could be controlled, whether the very powers that made him valuable might also make him dangerous beyond their capacity to manage. Others worried about the theological implications, creating what might effectively be a god, capable of seeing all possible futures and pasts. Still others were concerned with more practical matters, the resources diverted to this single project, the political risks involved in manipulating major noble houses for genetic purposes, the potential for discovery and backlash. These various perspectives were now expressed through the silent language of gesture and expression, a debate of extraordinary sophistication conducted almost entirely without sound. Irulan watched, fascinated, as complex arguments unfolded through the positioning of hands, the subtle shifts in posture, the carefully calibrated breathing patterns that indicated varying degrees of emphasis or concern. Reverend Mother Mohiam's fingers shaped a question about the risks of proceeding too rapidly with such a momentous culmination of their work. Reverend Mother Siaxa countered with a gesture pattern indicating the dangers of delay when political currents within the Imperium were growing increasingly unstable. The exchange continued in this fashion, complex ideas conveyed through an intricate dance of minimal gestures, expressions, and occasionally whispered phrases. To Irulan it resembled nothing so much as the movement of currents in a deep, still pool, powerful forces moving with such subtlety that the surface showed only the slightest ripples. She found herself drawn into this silent dialogue, her own hands occasionally forming patterns that contributed her perspective based on recent events she had witnessed firsthand during her assignments. Each time she offered such input, she experienced the unique sensation of being both individual and part of something far greater. Her identity neither erased nor exalted, but rather integrated into the collective wisdom of the Order. As the discussion of the Kwisatz Haderach program reached its apex, Reverend Mother Anirul, keeper of the breeding records and primary architect of the current phase of the program, rose to offer a synthesis of the various perspectives presented. "The path narrows toward our destination," she stated, her hands flowing through a series of shapes that added layers of meaning to her words. "The convergence of the Atreides and Harkonnen lines remains our most promising approach, despite the political complexities involved. I propose continuation as planned, with Sister Jessica assigned to the Atreides household as directed. Her training in the genetic requirements is complete." This reference to Sister Jessica, a particularly gifted member of the Order who had demonstrated exceptional aptitude in genetic memory access, prompted another wave of subtle responses throughout the hall. The assignment was significant. Jessica would be responsible for bearing a daughter to Duke Leto Atreides, a daughter who would then be bred with a Harkonnen heir to produce the potential Kwisatz Haderach. The Mother Superior received the collective input in silence, her expressionless face revealing nothing of her own thoughts on the matter. When the silent exchange had run its course, she made a single decisive gesture. Right hand raised, fingers arranged in a pattern that signified final determination, based on consent. "The program proceeds as outlined," she confirmed. "Sister Jessica will be prepared for her role. The necessary political alignments will be arranged through our existing networks of influence. The Kwisatz Haderach remains our objective, to be realized in accordance with the designs laid down by our predecessors." With this resolution, the intensity in the hall subtly diminished, returning to the baseline state of focused attention. The convocation continued with matters of lesser significance: administrative concerns, resource allocation, assignment of newly trained sisters to various posts throughout the Imperium. Throughout it all, Irulan maintained her posture of alert receptivity, absorbing the lessons implicit in this gathering. Beyond the specific content of the discussions, she was learning the rhythms of Bene Gesserit governance, how decisions emerged not through dominance or debate, but through a fluid process of collective discernment that honored diverse perspectives while maintaining unity of purpose. As the formal proceedings drew to a close, after many hours, Mother Superior Chambre rose once more, this time making the gesture that signaled transition to the final phase of the convocation, the sharing of waters. Attendants appeared silently from alcoves around the perimeter of the hall, carrying ceremonial vessels containing water that had been treated with a dilute form of the spice melange. This ritual, performed only at gatherings of this magnitude, symbolized the Sisterhood's shared consciousness and common purpose. The vessels were passed from sister to sister, each taking a small sip before passing it on. As the water and spice mixture was consumed, a subtle shift occurred in the collective awareness of those present. The psychoactive properties of the melange, though mild in this diluted form, enhanced the sense of connection among the gathered sisters. When her turn came, Irulan accepted the vessel with proper reverence, raising it to her lips for the ceremonial sip. The liquid carried the distinctive cinnamon notes of melange, along with subtler flavors she recognized as unique to Walla King's water supply. As she swallowed, she felt the familiar warmth spreading through her consciousness, heightening her awareness of both her individual identity and her place within the greater whole of the Sisterhood. With the sharing of waters complete, the convocation entered its final phase. Now, instead of structured reports and deliberations, the gathering shifted to a form of communion that transcended ordinary communication. In the melange-enhanced state, sisters could perceive connections and patterns normally hidden from conscious awareness. No words were spoken during this phase, yet understanding flowed freely. Irulan found herself aware of currents of thought and purpose that united the hundreds of individual sisters into a vast network of shared intention. It was not that individual identity was subsumed, quite the contrary. Each sister's unique perspective remained distinct, yet simultaneously accessible to all others present, creating a tapestry of consciousness far richer than any single mind could achieve alone. In this state of expanded awareness, the true magnitude of the Bene Gesserit's work became momentarily perceptible. Irulan glimpsed the intricate patterns of cause and effect that their subtle manipulations had established across centuries. Genetic lines carefully guided, political alliances fostered or undermined, cultural beliefs shaped over generations. The complexity was staggering, yet underneath it all lay a singular purpose: to strengthen humanity's capacity for adaptation and survival. This meta-awareness, the ability to perceive not just individual elements but the relationships between them across vast distances of space and time, was among the most valuable insights offered by the spice-enhanced communion. Ordinary consciousness, even one as disciplined as a Bene Gesserit's, tended to focus on immediate patterns and proximate causes. But in this heightened state, the sisters could collectively grasp chains of influence extending far beyond ordinary perception. Irulan saw how a minor trade agreement subtly influenced by a sister on Ikaz 3 centuries ago had altered economic patterns across an entire sector, creating conditions that made possible the rise of House Atreides as a moral counterweight to imperial excess. She perceived how carefully placed religious myths on frontier worlds had created cultural receptivity to ideas that would, generations later, provide fertile ground for Bene Gesserit influence. She understood how genetic traits nurtured in obscure bloodlines might eventually combine to produce capabilities humanity would need to face future challenges not yet visible on the horizon. Most profoundly, she grasped the patience implicit in this work, the willingness to plant seeds whose flowering might not occur within any single lifetime. This was power exercised not through dominance or control, but through understanding so deep it approached genuine prescience. By comprehending the fundamental patterns that shaped human society, the Sisterhood could nudge those patterns with minimal force, yet maximal effect. The essence of their philosophy of subtle influence. Gradually, as the effects of the melange began to fade, the shared consciousness gently dissolved back into individual awareness. Sisters rose from their seats in a fluid motion that rippled outward from the central dais, a physical manifestation of the continuing connection that would bind them even as they returned to their scattered posts across the Imperium. The transition from the heightened state of communion back to ordinary consciousness was itself a carefully managed process. Bene Gesserit training included specific techniques for integrating insights gained during altered states, without losing their essence or becoming disoriented by the shift in perception. Each sister performed her own internal adjustments, regulating neurotransmitter levels and neural pathway activation patterns to preserve the valuable connections made during the ceremony, while returning to the focused alertness required for everyday function. For the most senior Reverend Mothers, whose systems contained much higher concentrations of melange accumulated over decades of ceremonial consumption, this transition was particularly delicate. Their bodies had been transformed by long exposure to the spice, developing dependencies that required constant management through Bene Gesserit biochemical control techniques. The blue within blue eyes that marked such deep saturation were carefully disguised when they operated in the outside world, typically through contact lenses or sophisticated light manipulation methods that obscured the distinctive coloration. As Irulan stood, she felt a presence beside her and turned to find Reverend Mother Mohayim regarding her with penetrating eyes. "Your first convocation," Mohayim observed, her voice pitched so that only Irulan could hear. "What do you perceive?" It was not a casual question, but a test, one of the countless evaluations that continued throughout a sister's life. assessing her development and determining her readiness for greater responsibility within the Order. Irulan composed her thoughts before responding, knowing that both content and delivery would be judged. "I perceive patience made manifest," she replied, matching Mohiam's near whisper. "Individual actions aligned toward outcomes that transcend individual lives. Power exercised not through force, but through understanding of systems, genetic, political, cultural, and the subtle leverage points within them." Mohiam's expression remained impassive, but a slight adjustment in her posture conveyed approval of this response. "And your place within this pattern?" "To observe, to learn, and to act when called upon," Irulan answered without hesitation. "To maintain awareness of both the immediate task and the distant goal. To be an instrument precisely calibrated to the needs of the whole." "Well answered, Sister Irulan," Mohiam acknowledged with the barest incline of her head. "You will return to your assignment on Caladan. Continue your observation of House Atreides. Note particularly the Duke's response to the trade delegation from Ix next month. There are patterns emerging that may prove significant." With this instruction, delivered without elaboration, trusting Irulan's training to fill in the implications, Mohiam moved away, already engaged in silent communication with another Reverend Mother across the hall. Irulan followed the flow of departing sisters toward the great doors. Outside, the mist had thickened into a light rain that beaded on the shoulders of black robes and glistened on the stone path leading away from the Hall of Voices. The sisters dispersed in near silence, some toward the residential quarters where they would rest before departing for their assignments, others toward the administrative buildings where the daily work of the Bene Gesserit continued without interruption. As she walked, Irulan reflected on what she had witnessed during the convocation. The public face of the Bene Gesserit as advisors, truthsayers, and teachers revealed only the smallest fraction of their true function in human society. Behind that visible role lay this vast, meticulously coordinated effort spanning millennia, guiding humanity's development from the shadows. The rain intensified, yet none of the black-robed figures altered their pace or sought shelter. Such minor physical discomforts were beneath notice for those trained in Bene Gesserit disciplines. Irulan welcomed the sensation of cool droplets on her face, a reminder of the physical reality that grounded their esoteric work. Her quarters were sparse but comfortable. A single room containing a narrow bed, a desk of solid hardwood, and a small shelf holding texts she was currently studying. The simplicity was deliberate, encouraging focus on internal development rather than external comforts. She had lived in far more luxurious accommodations during assignments to noble houses, but this ascetic space felt more like home. The room's austerity reflected the Bene Gesserit philosophy that true power resided within the individual, not in external trappings. While sisters often adapted to the luxury of noble settings when necessary for their assignments, their training emphasized independence from physical comforts. Novices learned to sleep on hard surfaces as easily as soft beds, to maintain perfect body temperature control, regardless of external conditions, to find mental clarity amid chaos or distraction. Irulan's few personal possessions were carefully chosen for utility rather than sentiment. The texts on her shelf included treatises on the political structures of the Epsilon sector, genealogical records of several noble houses, and a botanical study of desert plants that served as her current meditation focus. A small crystal hung by the window, not decorative but functional, its structure designed to create specific light patterns at different times of day, serving as both timekeeper and concentration aid. The desk contained writing implements made from materials chosen for their tactile properties rather than appearance, a pen whose weight and balance were precisely calibrated to her hand, paper manufactured to a texture that provided optimal feedback during the formation of characters in the Bene Gesserit cryptographic scripts. After changing from her damp ceremonial robes into simpler attire, Irulan seated herself at the desk and began the process of recording her observations from the convocation. Though the Sisterhood maintained extensive archives, each sister was expected to keep personal records as well, both as a mnemonic exercise and as a safeguard against the loss of institutional knowledge. She wrote in one of the Bene Gesserit's specialized cryptographic scripts, designed to be indecipherable to anyone lacking specific training. The script itself was elegant in its economy, capable of conveying multiple layers of meaning through subtle variations in the formation of each character. Like so many aspects of Bene Gesserit practice, it embodied the principle of maximum communication through minimum means. As her pen moved across the page, Irulan organized her thoughts not chronologically but conceptually, identifying patterns and connections among the various reports and discussions. She noted particularly the subtle tensions surrounding the Kwisatz Haderach program, the divergent perspectives on timing and approach that had been expressed through the silent communication during the convocation. This legendary figure, a male who could access the genetic memories and mental capabilities previously available only to Reverend Mothers, represented both the culmination of the Sisterhood's breeding program and a potential threat to their control. The very powers that would make such a being valuable also made him dangerous, potentially capable of seeing through the Sisterhood's manipulations and acting independently of their influence. In his grim faction, he would echo the insidious secrets of the Sisterhood and act independently of their influence. Yet despite these risks, the program continued. Irulan wondered about the calculations behind this persistence. Was the potential benefit to humanity so great that it justified the danger? Or had the project gained its own momentum over the centuries, becoming too central to Bene Gesserit identity to abandon? Such questions were not for her to resolve, of course. As a relatively junior sister, her role was to observe, report, and execute her assignments with precision. Yet the Bene Gesserit also valued perspective from all levels of the organization, recognizing that sometimes those closest to particular situations might perceive patterns invisible to those with broader authority but less direct experience. Completing her notes, Irulan performed the ritual cleansing of her pen, another small act elevated to ceremonial status through mindful attention. Each element of Bene Gesserit life, from the grandeur of the convocation to these solitary moments of mundane activity, was approached with the same disciplined awareness. Later, as night deepened over Warlock Ix, Irulan prepared for sleep using the techniques she had learned during her earliest training. She regulated her breathing, systematically relaxed each muscle group, and cleared her mind of residual thoughts from the day's activities. Within moments, she could enter a state of consciousness, poised precisely at the threshold between wakefulness and sleep, a state that provided perfect rest while maintaining a thread of awareness that could respond instantly to any disturbance. As she drifted into this controlled sleep, impressions from the convocation flowed through her mind, the subtle hand gestures conveying complex concepts, the barely perceptible shifts in posture indicating agreement or reservation, the profound silence that somehow contained more information than most people's words. The Bene Gesserit communicated not merely through what was expressed, but through what was withheld, not just through presence, but through absence. This paradox of power exercised through restraint, of influence wielded through apparent submission, of knowledge preserved through secrecy, lay at the heart of the Sisterhood's philosophy. Their strength derived not from dominating the societies they inhabited, but from understanding those societies so thoroughly that minimal interventions could produce maximum effect. In her dreams that night, Irulan saw patterns within patterns, wheels turning within wheels, the vast machinery of Bene Gesserit influence extending across space and time. Individual sisters appeared as points of light within this complex web, each connected to countless others, each serving as both receiver and transmitter in an ever-shifting network of intention and action. When morning came, she awakened, fully alert, the dream impressions integrated into her conscious understanding. Today she would begin preparations for her return to Caladan and her assignment observing House Atreides. The information gathered at the convocation would inform her work there, providing context for seemingly isolated events and guidance for her interventions. After performing her morning ablutions, Irulan attended a brief ceremony in the Mother School's central courtyard, a daily ritual that united all sisters present on Wallach Ix, regardless of rank or specific function. Standing in formation with hundreds of black-robed women of all ages, she recited the litany against fear, the ancient words flowing with practiced rhythm. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me, and when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. These words, among the oldest in Bene Gesserit tradition, encapsulated a fundamental principle of their philosophy, that emotional mastery, particularly control over fear, was the foundation of true power. The litany had originated in the earliest days of the Order, before the Butlerian Jihad, when humanity first began to recognize the dangers of surrendering control to external forces, whether technological or emotional. Behind its apparent simplicity lay layers of meaning that evolved as a sister progressed through her training. Novices understood it primarily as a technique for maintaining composure under stress, a practical tool for overcoming the body's instinctive fear responses. As they advanced, they discovered its deeper applications, as a framework for analyzing social and political situations, as a meditation focus for developing internal barriers against manipulation, as a method for accessing and controlling deeper levels of consciousness. For Reverend Mothers who had survived the spice agony and accessed the genetic memories of their female ancestors, the litany took on even greater significance, a tether to individual identity when navigating the potentially overwhelming expanse of other memory. In moments of crisis, when the accumulated personas of centuries threatened to subsume one's current self, the litany provided a core of stability, a reminder of the continuous I that persisted through all these remembered lives. This daily recitation therefore served multiple purposes simultaneously. It reinforced essential training, strengthened group cohesion, and connected each sister to the historical continuity of the Order. The identical words spoken by different individuals at different stages of development created a shared experience that nonetheless acknowledged the unique internal journey of each participant. As the ceremonial formation dissolved and sisters moved toward their respective duties, Irulan felt a renewed clarity of purpose. The convocation had reinforced her understanding of her place within the vast design, not merely an agent carrying out assigned tasks, but a conscious participant in a multi-generational effort to guide humanity's evolution. This perspective transformed what might otherwise seem like isolated assignments into meaningful contributions to a greater whole. Her upcoming return to Caladan to monitor House Atreides was not merely a political observation mission, but a crucial link in a chain of influence that extended both backward and forward in time. The information she would gather there would inform decisions affecting not just the current generation, but potentially countless future ones. Such awareness might have been overwhelming without the psychological techniques the Bene Gesserit had developed to balance immediate focus with long-term vision. Among these was the practice of nested attention, the ability to maintain simultaneous awareness of multiple timeframes and scales of significance. A sister trained in this discipline could fully engage with the details of her current task, while maintaining peripheral awareness of its place in larger patterns, shifting focus as needed, without losing either perspective. Irulan employed this technique now as she made her final preparations for departure. She attended to practical matters, reviewing her travel documentation, securing her few personal belongings, receiving final briefings on recent developments in the Atreides household, while maintaining awareness of the broader meaning of her assignment. This balanced perspective allowed her to appreciate both the immediate challenges she would face and their significance to the Sisterhood's multi-generational work. As she moved through these preparations, Irulan also reflected on the potential personal cost of such service. Bene Gesserit training discouraged attachment to individual desire in favor of commitment to collective purpose, yet acknowledged that sisters were human beings with their own needs and aspirations. Managing this tension between individual fulfillment and organizational loyalty was among the most subtle challenges of Bene Gesserit life. For some sisters, their work became so deeply integrated with their identity that no conflict arose. Their personal satisfaction derived precisely from their contribution to the greater design. Others maintained clearly delineated boundaries between their service to the Sisterhood and aspects of life they claimed as their own, whether intellectual pursuits, artistic expressions, or even carefully managed personal relationships. The most effective sisters discovered ways to align their individual talents and inclinations with the needs of their assignments, creating harmony between personal fulfillment and organizational purpose. And across the Imperium, hundreds of other sisters were doing the same, each in their assigned place, each contributing their unique skills and insights to a collective endeavor whose full scope no single mind could encompass. Together they formed something greater than any individual, yet dependent on each individual's disciplined contribution. This was the true power of the Bene Gesserit, not the obvious abilities like the voice or the fighting techniques of the Weirding Way, impressive though these were. The true power lay in this patient, coordinated action across vast distances of space and time, guided by shared purpose, yet adapted to countless specific circumstances. As Irulan prepared for her departure from Arrakis, she carried within her the reverent silence of the convocation, not as an absence of sound, but as a presence of shared understanding too profound for ordinary words to express. It would guide her actions in the months and years ahead, connecting her to the Sisterhood's collective wisdom, even when she stood alone among those unaware of her true nature and purpose. The rain had passed, leaving the morning air crisp and clear. Sunlight gleamed on the ancient stones of the Mother School, illuminating the path that led from these protected grounds back into the complicated reality of the Imperium. Irulan walked that path with measured steps, her mind already turning toward the specific challenges of her assignment on Caladan. Behind her, the Hall of Voices stood silent once more, its secrets preserved until the next convocation would bring together the scattered sisters to align their efforts anew. Yet even in that silence, the work of the Bene Gesserit continued, patient, precise, and profoundly powerful in its subtle influence on humanity's unfolding destiny. The estate of House Valdona nestled within the rolling hills of Eloris Prime like a jewel set in green velvet. Ancient deciduous trees surrounded its grounds, their broad canopies filtering the afternoon sunlight into a gentle dappled pattern that played across the pale stone walls and carefully tended gardens. Within this serene setting, plans that had been gestating for generations were approaching their culmination. Reverend Mother Laisa Juno, Mother Superior of the Bene Gesserit, stood at a window in the east wing of the estate, her gaze distant, though seemingly fixed on the formal gardens below. At 143 years of age, she appeared to casual observers as a woman of perhaps 60, her hair more silver than black, fine lines marking her face, her posture still perfect with only the slightest suggestion of the weight of years. In reality, Laisa could have presented herself as much younger had she wished. Bene Gesserit's cellular control techniques allowed sisters to manage aging with remarkable precision. She had chosen this appearance deliberately. Old enough to command the respect age demanded in most cultures, young enough to avoid assumptions of frailty or diminished capacity. Like everything about her, it was a calculated choice in service to her purpose. Reverend Mother, Lady Sirel Valdona has arrived in the eastern courtyard, announced Sister Paloma, her junior by nearly a century, yet still a woman of considerable accomplishment within the Sisterhood. She appears somewhat agitated, despite efforts to conceal it. Laisa nodded slightly, having already noted the arrival through her peripheral awareness. As expected, the first meeting carries natural tensions, regardless of preparations. Her voice held the tranquil authority that came from decades of command. And Lord Estevan? Still in his chambers, Reverend Mother. He has changed attire 3 times in the past hour. A subtle curve touched Laisa's lips. Not quite a smile, but an acknowledgement of predictable human behavior. Nervousness manifesting as concern over presentation. It suggests an appropriate level of importance assigned to this meeting. Indeed, this meeting was important beyond what either participant could fully comprehend. The union between House Valdona and House Parnassian represented the convergence of genetic lines the Bene Gesserit had been cultivating for 11 generations. Each house carried specific traits, markers, carefully nurtured through arranged marriages and selective breeding over centuries, that when combined, held the potential to produce exceptional capabilities in future generations. The garden alcove has been prepared according to your specifications, Paloma continued. Temperature, humidity, and aromatics all calibrated to optimal levels for initial bonding responses. Excellent. We will give Lady Surreal 20 minutes to settle before escorting Lord Estevan to join her. The delay will create mild anticipation without excessive anxiety. Such precise calibration of circumstances was characteristic of Bene Gesserit methods. Every element of this meeting had been arranged with careful intention, the setting chosen to evoke feelings of natural harmony, the timing aligned with circadian rhythms that promoted openness, even the subtle scents infused into the garden air, derived from plants known to lower stress responses and enhance receptivity to new connection. None of these influences was strong enough to override genuine personal reaction or force compatibility where none existed. Rather, they created optimal conditions for natural affinity to emerge, gently removing barriers of initial awkwardness or preconception that might obscure potential harmony between the young people. Laisa had reviewed the genetic projections for this pairing repeatedly over the past year. As the arrangement moved from theoretical to imminent, the probability matrices showed exceptional promise, a 78% likelihood of producing offspring with heightened memory retention, 63% chance of accelerated cellular control capabilities, and, most significantly, a 47% probability of manifestation for certain latent traits the Sisterhood had been trying to stabilize in the Valdona line for 3 generations. Yet genetic calculations, however sophisticated, represented only one dimension of the Bene Gesserit breeding program. Psychological compatibility between partners remained essential, not merely for the success of the immediate union, but for the stability of the family environment that would shape any children produced. Hence, Laisa's personal oversight of this crucial first meeting. "I will see Lady Sorel now," Laisa decided, turning from the window with fluid grace. "Observe Lord Estevan during my absence. Note particularly his self-soothing behaviors and conversation patterns with his attendants." Paloma inclined her head in acknowledgement and departed silently to carry out this assignment. Laisa made her way unhurriedly through the estate's corridors, each step measured and deliberate, the Bene Gesserit training in movement, the precise control of every muscle, the perfect economy of effort, had become so integrated into her being that she no longer thought about it consciously. Like breathing or heartbeat, it had become part of her essential nature. The eastern courtyard opened before her, an intimate space enclosed by stone walls covered in flowering vines, carefully selected for both beauty and subtle psychological effect. At its center stood a small fountain whose gentle music provided both pleasant ambience and sound masking to ensure privacy. Seated on a bench of polished stone was Lady Sorel Valdona, heir to her house's considerable holdings and unconscious carrier of genetic potential that stretched back centuries. At 22, Sorel possessed the distinctive Valdona features: deep auburn hair, eyes of unusual amber green, and the fine bone structure that had marked the bloodline since its early days on Old Terra. Her formal education had been overseen by Bene Gesserit-trained tutors, who had identified and nurtured her natural aptitudes, while subtly preparing her for the role she would play in the Sisterhood's designs. Though not aware of the full scope of these plans, she had been raised to understand the importance of advantageous marriage and the continuation of her family's lineage. Sorel rose as Laisa entered the courtyard, offering a formal curtsy that spoke of her careful upbringing. "Reverend Mother, you honor House Valdona with your presence." Lacia acknowledged the greeting with a slight inclination of her head. "The honor is mutual, Lady Sorel. Your house has long been a friend to the Sisterhood." This was true, though incomplete. The relationship between the Bene Gesserit and House Valdona extended far deeper than mere friendship, involving genetic commitments and political alignments spanning centuries. "Please sit," Laisa continued, taking a place beside Sorel on the stone bench. "This day has been long anticipated." She studied the young woman's face with the penetrating gaze of a Bene Gesserit, noting micro-expressions that revealed inner tensions beneath the composed exterior. Slight dilation of the pupils, minimal tension at the corners of the mouth, a barely perceptible increase in breathing rate, all indicators of anxiety, carefully controlled. "You are concerned about meeting Lord Esteban," Laisa observed, making it a statement rather than a question. Sorel's composure wavered momentarily before reasserting itself. "I am aware of my responsibilities to my house, Reverend Mother. The alliance with House Parnassion offers significant advantages." "Indeed it does, but that was not my question." Lacia's tone remained gentle yet penetrating. "Speak truth, child. Concerns hidden do not disappear, but merely fester beneath the surface." The young woman hesitated, then squared her shoulders slightly, a gesture of gathering courage that Laisa noted with approval. It indicated strength of character, a willingness to face difficulties directly rather than evade them. "I have never met Lord Estevan," Sorel admitted finally. "I know his reputation as a scholar and his house's achievements, but not the man himself. My parents assure me the match is suitable, as do you, Reverend Mother. I trust this wisdom and accept my duty. But," she paused, searching for words, "but I wonder." if we will suit each other in the ways that cannot be measured by political advantage or bloodline. Lysa nodded, pleased by the honesty of this response. It showed both self-awareness and a proper concern for the practical realities of marriage beyond its formal function. A natural concern, and wisely expressed. Tell me, what qualities would you hope to find in a life partner, beyond those dictated by duty? The question seemed to surprise Sorel, as though she had not expected her personal preferences to be relevant to the arrangement. I would value someone with intellectual curiosity, she said after a moment's reflection. Someone capable of seeing beauty in ideas as well as in the physical world. Someone with patience and perhaps a touch of humor to balance my own intensity. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she added, and kindness. I believe kindness to be the foundation of lasting regard. These are worthy aspirations, Lysa affirmed, not incompatible with duty, but rather the heart that gives duty meaning. She paused, allowing Sorel to absorb this validation before continuing. I have known House Parnassian for many years, and Lord Estevan since his childhood. While no person can be fully described in simple terms, I believe you may find in him some of the qualities you value. This was not empty reassurance. The Bene Gesserit had indeed studied Esteban Parnassian extensively, as they did all significant subjects in their breeding program. His psychological profile indicated high intelligence, with particular strengths in theoretical disciplines, a contemplative nature balanced by well-developed emotional resilience, and an ethical framework that placed high value on fairness and reciprocity, all traits compatible with what they knew of Sorel's personality and preferences. Such careful matching represented the Sisterhood's more subtle approach to their breeding program. While they could, when necessary, arrange unions based solely on genetic potential, regardless of personal compatibility, they recognized that harmonious partnerships produced more stable environments for raising children, and generally resulted in more offspring, both desirable outcomes from the perspective of genetic planning. I appreciate your counsel, Reverend Mother, Sorel said, her posture relaxing slightly. It helps to hear your assessment, knowing it comes from personal knowledge rather than merely political calculation. Lysa allowed herself a small smile. The Bene Gesserit consider many factors in our advisements, Lady Sorel. We take a comprehensive view of human flourishing. This was perhaps the greatest understatement she had uttered in years, yet it contained a seed of genuine truth. The Sisterhood's grand design, for all its manipulation and calculated breeding, ultimately aimed at strengthening humanity's capacity to survive and thrive across the millennia. Their conversation continued for several more minutes as Lysa gently guided Sorel toward a mental state of cautious optimism regarding the upcoming meeting. She employed subtle Bene Gesserit techniques, voice modulation that bypassed conscious resistance, carefully chosen words that evoked specific emotional and cognitive responses, and timing that aligned with the young woman's natural thought patterns to create a sense of resonance and understanding. None of this constituted outright manipulation in the crudest sense. Lysa would not have Sorel feel anything fundamentally contrary to her nature or true interests. Rather, she removed obstacles to perception, the anxieties, preconceptions, and social artifices that might prevent Sorel from recognizing genuine compatibility where it existed. Lord Estevan will join us shortly, Lysa finally said, rising from the bench with fluid grace. I believe you will find the conversation enlightening. Remember that first meetings reveal only the outermost layer of a person. Be patient in your observations and generous in your interpretation. Seren nodded, visibly calmer now than when they had begun their discussion. Thank you for your wisdom, Reverend Mother. I will remember. Lysander departed the courtyard, making her way toward the guest wing where Esteban Parnassian awaited his summons. As she walked, she mentally reviewed what she knew of the young lord. His upbringing under the tutelage of mentors subtly influenced by Bene Gesserit teachings, his academic achievements in xenobotany and comparative philosophy, his preference for intellectual pursuits over the political maneuvering that occupied much of his father's attention. At 26, Estevan represented the culmination of 9 generations of careful genetic selection within the Parnassian line. His ancestors had been chosen and matched with precision, each union designed to strengthen specific traits while diluting or eliminating others. The result was a young man of exceptional mental capacity, particularly in the areas of pattern recognition and theoretical modeling abilities, with notable potential when combined with the Valdona genetic predisposition toward heightened sensory processing. Sister Paloma awaited outside Estevan's chambers, her expression conveying information to Laisa's trained perception before she spoke a word. "He has settled somewhat, Reverend Mother. The initial anxiety has transformed into focused preparation, reviewing House Valdona's history and recent accomplishments, practicing formal greetings in their regional dialect. Thorough," Laisa observed with approval. "This suggests respect rather than mere obligation. His father's influence, no doubt. The elder Parnassian always understood the importance of cultural sensitivity in alliance building. Indeed, Lord Estevan has also requested information about Lady Sorrel's scholarly interests, apparently hoping to identify areas of common intellectual ground. This was a promising sign, indication that Estevan viewed Sorrel as a potential intellectual companion rather than merely a political necessity or genetic vessel. The Bene Gesserit had long recognized that the most successful breeding pairs were those who formed genuine connections beyond their designated function in the program. Laisa nodded slightly. "Escort him to the garden alcove in 10 minutes. Approach from the western path so that his first view of Lady Sorrel will be framed by the flowering archway. The visual association with beauty and natural harmony may subtly influence initial impressions." Such minute attention to environmental psychology represented standard Bene Gesserit practice. The Sisterhood understood that human perception and response were influenced by countless subtle factors: light quality, spatial arrangement, olfactory input, background sounds, and they manipulated these elements with scientific precision to create optimal conditions for their objectives. While Paloma went to collect Estevan, Laisa made her way to a concealed observation point, overlooking the garden alcove where the young people would meet. This vantage point would allow her to monitor their interaction without her presence influencing their natural behavior. From here, she could observe the micro-expressions, body language, and conversational patterns that would reveal far more about their compatibility than any formal reports or second-hand accounts. Within minutes, she saw Sorrel rise as Estevan entered the garden. Even from a distance, Laisa could read the subtle signs of mutual assessment, the carefully controlled curiosity, the unconscious mirroring of postures that suggested potential rapport, the attentive focus that indicated genuine interest rather than mere courtesy. Estevan Parnassian stood slightly taller than average, his build lean but suggesting the physical vitality that often accompanied mental acuity in the bloodlines the Sisterhood favored. His features carried the distinctive Parnassian characteristics: symmetrical proportions, eyes of unusual clarity, and a certain quality of contained intensity that had marked the line for generations. His movements as he approached Sorrel displayed the deliberate grace of someone fully present in each moment, another trait the Bene Gesserit breeding program had carefully cultivated. The initial greeting between the two young people proceeded with formal correctness, yet, Laisa noted, promising deviations from mere protocol. A genuine warmth in Estevan's smile, a moment of startled appreciation in Sorel's eyes as she properly observed him for the first time. Small things, yet significant to one trained to read the subtle language of human connection. Their conversation began with the expected pleasantries, acknowledgements of their respective houses' accomplishments, expressions of honor at the proposed alliance, polite inquiries about each other's journey to this meeting. Yet within minutes, an unplanned shift occurred as Estevan mentioned a recent archaeological discovery on one of House Valdona's outer territories. Sorel's posture changed subtly, a slight leaning forward and increased animation in her gestures as she engaged with the topic. The findings suggest trade patterns quite different from conventional historical accounts, she said, her voice carrying clearly to Lysa's observation point. My cousin supervised the excavation and believes we may need to reconsider several assumptions about pre-guild interplanetary commerce. Estevan's response revealed not only knowledge of the subject, but genuine intellectual curiosity. Fascinating. Does this align with the revisionist theories proposed by the Eruthan Academy? Their work on ancient shipping manifests has suggested similar discrepancies in the standard historical narrative. The conversation flowered from this point, moving organically from archaeology to historical methodology to philosophical questions about how knowledge is preserved and transmitted across generations. Lysa observed with satisfaction as artificial formality gave way to authentic engagement, the energetic exchange of ideas, the building upon each other's thoughts, the unconscious synchronization of speech patterns that indicated deeper cognitive resonance. Most promising was the pattern of mutual listening, each fully attending to the other's words rather than merely waiting for their turn to speak. This suggested not only compatible interests, but complementary thinking styles, a foundation far more substantial than mere physical attraction or political expedience. For over an hour, Lysa watched their interaction unfold, noting dozens of subtle indicators of compatibility, the way Estevan unconsciously adjusted his speech patterns to match Sorel's processing rhythm, the manner in which Sorel's expressions grew more animated and natural as her initial guardedness dissolved, the shared moment of quiet appreciation as a particularly beautiful bird alighted briefly on the garden fountain, neither feeling compelled to fill the silence with unnecessary words. These observations confirmed what the genetic projections had suggested, a pairing with exceptional potential, not merely for producing offspring with desired traits, but for creating a stable, harmonious union that would nurture those offspring appropriately. The Bene Gesserit understood that genes represented only part of human development. Environment and relationship quality played equally crucial roles in determining whether genetic potential would be fully expressed. As the meeting showed signs of natural conclusion, the angle of light changing as afternoon progressed toward evening, a subtle shift in energy as the initial burst of discovery gave way to comfortable familiarity, Lysa departed her observation post. She would not intervene further today. The first seeds had been planted. Now they required space to germinate naturally. Sister Paloma awaited her in a small antechamber near the main hall. "Your assessment, Reverend Mother?" she inquired, her tone respectful yet direct, appropriate for a senior sister addressing the Mother Superior in private. "Promising," Lysa replied, her voice measured as always. The intellectual compatibility appears strong as projected. More significant is the ease of communication that developed despite the formal circumstances. There is genuine curiosity on both sides, a foundation from which deeper connection may grow. And the genetic objectives? Remain on schedule. Their unconscious physical responses to each other were positive. Pupil dilation, minor vasodilatation, maintain proximity within optimal range for pheromone registration. Should the alliance proceed to marriage, Natural conception is likely, without need for intervention. This clinical assessment might have seemed cold to outsiders, disconnected from the human realities of attraction and relationship. Yet for the Bene Gesserit, it represented a perspective that encompassed rather than excluded the personal dimension. The Sisterhood's breeding program was not conducted in opposition to natural human bonding, but through careful alignment with it, creating conditions where genetic objectives and personal fulfillment could coexist and reinforce each other. "I will remain at the estate for 3 more days," Leysa continued. "Arrange opportunities for them to interact in various settings. The library for intellectual exchange, the music room to assess aesthetic compatibility, perhaps a walking tour of the grounds to observe physical synchronization patterns. Varied contexts will provide more comprehensive data on their potential. And if the compatibility proves less than optimal upon further observation?" Paloma asked, her question reflecting the pragmatic contingency planning essential to Bene Gesserit operations. Leysa considered briefly before responding. "There are alternative candidates within both bloodlines, though none with quite the same genetic potential as this pairing. However, I do not anticipate such measures will be necessary. What I observed today suggests a natural affinity that aligns with our objectives." Later that evening, after both young people had retired to their respective quarters, Leysa sat alone in her assigned chambers, conducting her nightly review and documentation. Her quarters, like everything associated with the Mother Superior, balanced dignity with intentional simplicity. Comfortable furnishings of high quality but minimal ornamentation. The aesthetic of refined functionality that characterized Bene Gesserit spaces. At a desk of dark, polished wood, she recorded her observations in one of the Sisterhood's specialized cryptographic scripts, her pen moving with precise efficiency across the page. These notes would eventually be integrated into the vast archives maintained by the Bene Gesserit, contributing to their multi-generational tracking of bloodlines and genetic combinations. Yet as she wrote, Leysa found her thoughts extending beyond mere documentation to the broader implications of her work. The young people she had observed today were more than entries in a breeding ledger. They were human beings stepping toward a future that would be shaped by, but not limited to, the Sisterhood's designs for them. This awareness of both individual lives and collective patterns, of immediate circumstances and historical continuity, defined the Bene Gesserit perspective. Where others might see contradiction between manipulation and respect, between design and freedom, the Sisterhood perceived a more complex relationship. Their breeding program operated not through denial of human nature, but through deep understanding of it, creating contexts where individual choices aligned with greater patterns, where personal fulfillment and genetic objectives could coexist. Leysa completed her documentation and set aside the pen, her movements deliberate even in this private moment. After so many decades of Bene Gesserit discipline, precision had become inseparable from her nature, not a performance maintained for others, but an expression of her innermost being. Rising from the desk, she moved to the room's single window, which overlooked the estate's western gardens, now silvered by moonlight. In the distance, mountains rose against the night sky, their ancient silhouettes a reminder of timescales beyond human perception, yet not beyond human influence, as the Bene Gesserit well understood. Tomorrow would bring further observations, more data to confirm or adjust her assessment of the potential union. The coming days would establish momentum that, barring unexpected developments, would carry these two young people toward a marriage uniting their bloodlines, as planned, generations earlier. From that union would come children carrying genetic potential cultivated across centuries, perhaps manifesting abilities their parents could scarcely imagine. And beyond that, stretching into futures she would not live to see, lay the continuation of the Bene Gesserit's grand design. the patient guidance of human evolution toward greater adaptability, resilience, and capacity. This was the ultimate meaning of her work, not the arrangement of a single marriage, however significant, but its place within a pattern extending across millennia. With this perspective came a particular form of serenity, not detachment from immediate concerns, but their integration into a larger context that gave them deeper meaning. Laisa carried this serenity with her as she prepared for sleep, employing the Bene Gesserit techniques that would give her precisely the rest her body required, while maintaining awareness that would alert her to any disturbance requiring attention. The following morning brought clear skies and mild temperatures, ideal conditions for the walking tour of the estate grounds that Sister Paloma had arranged. Laisa observed from a distance as Sorel guided Estevan through the Valdona family gardens, pointing out rare specimens and explaining cultivation techniques specific to Eloris Prime's unique climate patterns. What interested Liza was not the content of their conversation, but its quality, the growing ease between them, the natural rhythm of exchange that had begun to develop after just one day of acquaintance. She noted with approval how they unconsciously adjusted their pace to accommodate each other, how their body language reflected increasing comfort and openness, how genuine interest had replaced formal politeness in their engagement with each other's observations. "They appear well matched in energy," commented Sister Paloma, who had joined Laisa at her observation point among a stand of tall conifers that provided both shade and concealment. "Indeed," Laisa agreed. "Note particularly their conversational pattern, the balance of initiative, the mutual building upon ideas rather than mere exchange of separate thoughts. It suggests compatibility at both cognitive and temperamental levels. The genetic complementarity is exceptional as well," Paloma observed. "If their children inherit the projected combination of traits from both lineages, that remains to be seen," Laisa cautioned, though her own assessment aligned with Paloma's. "Genetic expression involves many factors beyond simple inheritance patterns. The quality of their relationship will influence how any children develop, regardless of genetic potential. This principle that human development emerged from the complex interaction of genetic predisposition, environmental conditions, and relationship dynamics formed a cornerstone of Bene Gesserit understanding. Where lesser breeding programs might focus exclusively on genetic combination, the Sisterhood recognized that genes alone did not determine outcomes. The context in which those genes expressed themselves proved equally significant. Hence Laisa's careful attention to the quality of connection developing between Sorel and Estevan, a union founded on genuine compatibility and mutual respect, would provide the stable, nurturing environment necessary for their children to fully manifest the potential written in their combined genetic heritage. The next 2 days provided further opportunities to assess this compatibility across varied contexts. In the estate's extensive library, Liza observed their shared intellectual passion and complementary thinking styles. Sorel's intuitive leaps balanced by Estevan's methodical analysis. In the music room, she noted their different but harmonious aesthetic sensibilities. Estevan's appreciation for complex structure finding counterpoint in Sorel's emotional responsiveness to melody and tone. Most revealing were the unstructured moments between planned activities, the casual conversations over meals, the spontaneous discussion of a sudden rainstorm's effect on the gardens, the shared amusement at a servant's misunderstanding of a request. In these natural interactions, patterns emerged that formal assessment could never capture, yet which provided the most reliable indicators of genuine compatibility. By the evening of the third day, Laser's conclusion was clear. The match between Sorel Valdona and Estevan Parnassian offered exceptional promise, both for the Sisterhood's genetic objectives and for the personal fulfillment of the individuals involved. The foundation had been established for a connection that, if properly nurtured, would deepen naturally into the kind of bond that could sustain both a marriage and the careful raising of genetically significant offspring. After dinner that evening, she met privately with both sets of parents, the Valdonas, who had hosted the gathering, and the Parnassians, who had arrived that afternoon for the formal discussions that would follow a successful initial introduction. Though neither family knew the full extent of the Bene Gesserit's interest in their bloodlines, both understood the Sisterhood's influence and respected Lysa's assessment of the proposed alliance. The compatibility between Lady Sorel and Lord Estevan appears most favourable, she informed them, her tone measured but positive. Both the practical aspects of the alliance and the personal dynamics between them suggest a union that would benefit both houses. Relief and satisfaction showed on the faces of all four parents, emotions Lysa had anticipated and which reflected the genuine concern for their children's welfare that characterized both families. This too had been part of the Sisterhood's calculation in selecting these bloodlines. Houses that valued the well-being of their members tended to produce more stable environments for the development of genetic potential. "We are gratified by your assessment, Reverend Mother," said Lord Valdona, the formal words carrying sincere feeling. "House Valdona has long valued the wisdom of the Bene Gesserit in such matters." Lady Parnassian, a woman whose intelligence shone clearly in her perceptive gaze, added, "Might we inquire as to your observations regarding specific areas of compatibility? As parents, we naturally wish to understand how best to support this connection as it develops." The question reflected both genuine parental concern and political astuteness, seeking information while acknowledging the Sisterhood's authority in the matter. Lysa responded with carefully calibrated openness, sharing observations that would prove helpful while withholding the deeper genetic calculations that underlay the Bene Gesserit's interest in the match. Lady Sorel and Lord Estevan share intellectual curiosity and complementary cognitive styles, she explained. Their communication patterns suggest natural resonance rather than mere courtesy. Both demonstrate respect for tradition, balanced with openness to new perspectives, a combination that bodes well for navigating the complexities of joining two noble houses. She continued with further observations designed to help the parents support the developing relationship appropriately, emphasizing areas where gentle encouragement might prove beneficial, while warning against interference in aspects where the young people needed to find their own balance. Throughout, she maintained the demeanor expected of a reverend mother, authoritative yet not dogmatic, insightful without revealing the full extent of Bene Gesserit knowledge and influence. The formal discussions that followed, regarding dowry arrangements, property transfers, political alignments, and the myriad other practical matters involved in an alliance between noble houses, proceeded smoothly under Lysa's subtle guidance. Where points of potential conflict arose, she directed the conversation toward mutually beneficial compromises. When emotional tensions threatened to derail practical negotiations, she employed Bene Gesserit techniques of voice and presence to restore equilibrium without obvious intervention. Throughout these proceedings, Lysa maintained awareness of the delicate balance inherent in her role. As Mother Superior of the Bene Gesserit, she represented an organization with its own objectives, the advancement of a breeding program stretching across centuries, the guidance of human genetic development towards specific enhanced capabilities. Yet she also bore responsibility for the well-being of the individuals whose lives intersected with that program. This dual responsibility to the grand design and to the human lives that comprised it defined the ethical complexity of the Bene Gesserit approach. Where lesser manipulators might sacrifice individual welfare for abstract goals, the Sisterhood recognized that true sustainability required alignment between immediate human thriving and long-term evolutionary advancement. The best outcomes emerged when these dimensions reinforced rather than undermined each other. Thus, Laisa worked to ensure that the alliance between houses Valdona and Parnassian would serve not only the Sisterhood's genetic objectives, but also the legitimate interests of both families and the personal fulfillment of the young people themselves. This was not mere pragmatism, but the embodiment of a philosophical perspective that saw no fundamental contradiction between individual good and collective advancement, when both were properly understood within a sufficiently expansive time frame. On the final morning of her stay, as preparations were underway for her departure, Laisa granted a brief private audience to Sorel, who had requested the meeting through Sister Paloma. The young woman entered Laisa's chambers with composed dignity that nevertheless failed to completely mask her underlying emotional state, a mixture of excitement, uncertainty, and determination that the Reverend Mother read easily in her posture and expression. "Thank you for seeing me, Reverend Mother," Sorel began after the formal greetings. "I wish to express my gratitude for your guidance during these significant days." Laisa inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. "The Sisterhood serves where it can, Lady Sorel. Your house has long been a valued ally. It is not only in my capacity as heir to House Valdona that I thank you," Sorel continued, gathering herself visibly for greater honesty, "but also, personally. Your counsel helped me approach this meeting with Lord Estevan with an open mind, rather than mere resignation to duty. The connection we have formed is unexpected in its quality, even as I understand its importance to our houses." The genuine emotion behind these carefully chosen words confirmed Laisa's assessment of the match's potential. Sorel had moved beyond acceptance of political necessity to recognition of personal opportunity, precisely the transition the Reverend Mother had hoped to facilitate. Unexpected connections often prove the most valuable, Laisa observed, allowing a touch of warmth to color her usual measured tone. "You and Lord Estevan bring complementary strengths to this alliance. The formal union of your houses merely provides structure for what appears to be a natural affinity." Sorel nodded, her expression thoughtful. "I believe you are right, Reverend Mother, yet I also recognize that this natural affinity flower, under circumstances you helped create. Your presence here was not merely ceremonial, was it?" The question revealed perceptiveness that Laisa noted with approval, another indication of the qualities that had made the Valdono bloodline of interest to the Bene Gesserit breeding program. "The Sisterhood's concern extends beyond ceremony," she acknowledged. "We observe patterns across time and circumstance that others might miss, and occasionally help align conditions favorably when important possibilities present themselves." This was truth, though deliberately expressed in terms that allowed Sorel to interpret the extent of Bene Gesserit involvement according to her own understanding. The young woman was not ready, might never be ready, to comprehend the full scope of the Sisterhood's breeding program, or her place within it. Some truths were best revealed gradually, if at all. "I suspected as much," Sorel said, a slight smile touching her lips. "And I find I do not mind. Whatever your reasons for supporting this match, Reverend Mother, I believe it will bring good to both our houses, and perhaps something more personal as well." "That is our hope," Laisa replied simply. After Sorel had departed, Laisa completed her final preparations for leaving the estate. The primary objective of her visit had been accomplished. The alliance between houses Valdona and Parnassian was proceeding toward formal engagement, with the marriage likely to follow within the year. The genetic lines so carefully cultivated by the Sisterhood would converge as planned, creating new possibilities for the manifestation of abilities the Bene Gesserit had been nurturing across generations. Yet as her transport lifted away from the Valdonia estate, carrying her back toward the Bene Gesserit chapter house where administrative duties awaited, Laisa found her thoughts dwelling not on genetic calculations or breeding projections, but on the genuine connection she had observed developing between two young people. Their story would continue beyond her direct observation. A marriage, children, a shared life unfolding according to its own internal dynamics, even as it contributed to the Sisterhood's greater design. This was the essence of the Bene Gesserit approach to human development, not control imposed from without, but influence working through natural human tendencies, not manipulation that denied individual agency, but guidance that aligned personal fulfillment with larger patterns of advancement. The breeding program succeeded not by overriding human nature, but by deeply understanding it, creating contexts where individual choices served both immediate well-being and long-term evolutionary potential. As her transport rose into the clouds, Eloris Prime receding below, Laisa's awareness expanded to encompass the full scope of the Sisterhood's work across the Imperium. On dozens of worlds, similar scenes were unfolding. Marriages arranged with subtle Bene Gesserit influence, genetic lines guided toward convergence, human potentialities carefully nurtured toward expression. Each thread in isolation might seem of limited significance. Together, they formed a tapestry of extraordinary complexity and purpose. The union she had just helped facilitate represented merely one strand in this vast pattern, important within its specific genetic context, but ultimately meaningful only as part of the greater design. From it might come children, carrying combined traits with significant potential. From those children might come further combinations, each generation building upon the accumulated work of those before. This was the perspective that defined the Bene Gesserit, the ability to perceive both the immediate human reality of individual lives and their place within patterns extending across centuries. Where others saw disconnected events, the Sisterhood recognized continuity. Where others sought immediate advantage, they planned across generations. Where others might manipulate crudely for short-term gain, they influenced subtly for long-term advancement. And at the heart of this multi-generational effort lay a singular vision, humanity guided not toward stasis, but toward greater adaptability, not toward uniformity, but toward more sophisticated diversity, not toward dependency, but toward enhanced capacity for self-direction. The Bene Gesserit sought not to control humanity's future, but to ensure it had one, to preserve and expand the potential written in human genetics while avoiding the catastrophic missteps that had nearly destroyed the species in ages past. Laisa's reflections were interrupted as her transport entered the upper atmosphere, the communication system signaling an incoming message from the chapter house. Returning her attention to immediate concerns, she activated the secure channel, shifting seamlessly from contemplation of grand patterns to engagement with practical administration. This, too, exemplified the Bene Gesserit way, maintaining connection between the visionary and the pragmatic, the distant future and the present moment. The message contained updates on various Sisterhood operations requiring her attention upon return, matters of immediate significance that nonetheless connected to long-term objectives. She addressed each with the precision and clarity of thought that had marked her tenure as Mother Superior, making decisions that balanced competing priorities while maintaining overall strategic direction. As the transport continued its journey through the darkness of space, Laisa initiated the breathing patterns that would prepare her body and mind for the transition back to her administrative duties. The rhythmic control of oxygen and carbon dioxide levels adjusted her metabolism and neural activity, focusing her awareness while maintaining deep calmness at her core. Behind her, on Aloris Prime, two young people stood at the threshold of a shared future. One arranged through centuries of careful planning, yet now developing according to its own internal dynamics. Before her lay the continuation of the Bene Gesserit's patient work, guiding humanity's development through countless such arrangements across the vast expanse of inhabited worlds. Between these perspectives, the intimate human scale of individual lives and the grand sweep of evolutionary guidance, the Bene Gesserit maintained their unique balance, finding in this duality not contradiction, but completion. For in the end, their greatest insight was perhaps this: that true power lay not in domination, but in understanding, so profound it allowed minimal intervention to yield maximal effect, patience so enduring it could work across generations, and wisdom so deep it could perceive the patterns connecting all human experience across the immensity of time and space. As stars streamed past the transport's viewports, Laisa settled into the meditative state that would refresh her for the work ahead. The journey continued, both her physical travel through space and the Sisterhood's far greater journey through human history. Both required navigation with precision and purpose. Both moved toward destinations whose full nature remained partly veiled even to those with the greatest foresight. Yet in this uncertainty lay not weakness but possibility, the open future that gave meaning to all their careful plans and patient manipulations. The Bene Gesserit way was not to force the universe into predetermined shapes, but to understand its flows so completely that influence became almost indistinguishable from natural development. Like water shaping stone, not through violence but through persistent presence, they worked with the inherent patterns of human nature and cosmic reality, guiding without commanding, influencing without imposing. This was the art and science to which Laessa had devoted her long life, the subtle guidance of humanity's unfolding potential, exercised not from outside human experience, but from within its deepest currents. And as her transport moved through the silence of space, carrying her back toward duties that would continue this ancient work, she carried within her the serene assurance that came from perception of patterns beyond ordinary understanding, the perspective of the Bene Gesserit, measuring time not in days or years, but in the slow, inexorable advancement of human capability across the millennia. As our journey through the imperial courts and political landscapes of the Dune universe comes to a close, allow yourself to drift into peaceful slumber. The gentle crackling of fire and soothing ambient sounds will now accompany you throughout the night, with no interruptions to disturb your rest. May you dream of distant worlds and the spice-tinged winds of Arrakis, and may the deep peace of the desert embrace you as you sleep. Remember, as the Fremen say, the night is a time for rest, when even the mighty sandworms return to the depths. Good night, noble traveler of the cosmos. Bless the Maker and his water. Bless the coming and going of him. May his passage cleanse the world